It is now. Hi, folks. This is Joe McGregor with Ohio Gaming Alliance. Tonight we have for you a special treat, a module setting from the Advanced Dungeons and Dragons days from TSR. Yes, you heard it here first. Birthright has been reborn by Mr. Mike Melvin, who is going to be our game master, dungeon master, excuse me, for the evening. And we're going to let him go ahead and take it away. So feel free to go ahead and take it away.
Welcome, friends. We are come to the continent of Corellia, which is home to the Birthright campaign setting. A little bit of quick background. I'm not going to bore everybody, but Corellia is not the native home of humans in this setting. Humans moved here some millennia ago, and through a lot of strife and a lot of war and a lot of um, various different amazing stories, huge events, and a cataclysm of unbelievable proportions, humans continue to thrive on Corellia. But we are now in the midst of great strife because what used to be the great empire of humans across Corellia, called the Inwarian Empire, lays in ruins, although those ruins are more fractal. There are many different rulers and human factions all over Corellia that are doing quite well, but there's now a current power struggle for the fate of Corellia and an attempt to bring back the great empire that once was. So there are a lot of different factions, a lot of different amazing monsters, and a lot of amazing characters out there that are vying for this great power to reach the goal of becoming the ultimate emperor of all of Corellia. And that is where our intrepid adventurers find themselves operating within the realm of Corellia. And so our new characters um, have various different backgrounds. There are various different locations throughout Corellia to speak of, and many of our friends hail from some different places. In particular, and I'll switch the view a bit here, we have um, the larger map here of Corellia itself. Very large continent with a very big inner sea kind of a bay to the north, and settled around all these different areas are various different tribes or descendants of tribes from different human groups that emigrated here from the southern continent of Arduria in ages past. We now bring ourselves to a place within this in the upper northern, northwestern portion of the continent, known as the Rurik Highlands. And here is where our story begins. The Rurik Highlands um, have a very cultural akin or affinity to what we would consider Celtic or Scandinavian type of a culture. They're clannish, very heavy into. Let's see, we're looking at your screen there, Joe. Sorry,
Mm-hmm.
so I need to switch it so you can see what I'm looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so try that. There we go. Hopefully that should
I got
update.
it. Yep.
Okay, so now we're looking at Rurik Highlands, like I said. Um, Very clannish type of a culture here, um, somewhat nomadic, but heavily into uh, natural lore, a lot of druidic culture here, um, and like I say, kind of a Scandinavian Celtic sort of a feel, if you will. And we begin near here, actually in the southern portion, in the realm of Stordvik. here in the realm of Stordvik, life is hard, but not unmanageable. Um, in fact, because it's a nomadic type of a people, they don't have a lot of permanent settlements in a lot of ways, but there are some areas that are um, fairly well developed, such as the capital city here of Holkhamen or Hollinghamen. And in Hollinghamen, um, people are preparing for the winter, which tends to be pretty tough up here. Um, and that is where we are we are coming in with one of our characters. Little mind's eye theater here. I don't actually have a map for this portion, but young Tass, our halfling, is traveling from place to place with his grandfather, if you will, and they found themselves in Hollinghamen, uh, fleeing the north because of the harsh winter and starting to look for another location to head south for better weather and also to perhaps find themselves a place they may belong. So Tass, you and your grandfather have been wandering about in some of the of the highlands of Rurik for a while now, and knowing that the winters are harsh and don't really have a place to call your own, um, your grandfather believes that moving south into Anweir might be the best thing for you and he, since you're both together and you don't have any other traveling companions. So if
That's
you'd like to introduce yourself to the viewers at home and your character, we
I'm
start.
I'm Taz. I'm an artificer, which is kind of like a well, yeah, he's like kind of inventor type person. His one of his big vices is he likes food, so he likes to travel places and eat the food around there. Um, uh, yeah. What else do you need me to know or from the character?
That's pretty good. So again, Taz is traveling with his grandfather, and so now that you've managed to gather up enough supplies to make a long journey south into Anweir, here in Hollingholmen, you're able to grab the last few bits of supplies before you head south, and you make um, the plan to cross the bridge here over into Dazone, which is the next realm over. Now, Stordvik and Dozone have um, somewhat friendly ties. They're not allies, but they're not enemies, and so you know that crossing over should be pretty uneventful. And you're hoping to move down the coast to make your way down into Anweir proper, which is a little further south of here. So that's Taz. Also in this area, we'll introduce another character. We have, let me make sure I get everybody in my head correctly here. Okay, so a native of this area and hailing from Dozone is a ranger by the name of Notor. He is a lover of the woods. He is a protector of the land, and he's also renowned as a um, generally just a good guy, helping out those in need, taking on any kind of help that he can for not only the veneration of nature and for his temple, but he also has a disdain for goblins. And unfortunately, there are plenty of goblins around for him to disdain and hate. The Bloodskull Barony and the Giant Downs, which are neighbors to both the Zone and Stordvik, they very commonly send in goblin raiding parties, which keeps Notor quite busy. He finds himself now hanging out in the Giant's Fastness area of the Zone to the east, doing just that, tracking a small raiding band that came into a settlement a couple days ago. So, Notor, take it away. Introduce yourself and a little bit about your character.
Okay. Yeah, Notor is a human. He is a scion inheritor. And it's basically the inheritance is the temple and the work that they do.
Mm-hmm.
He is a ranger. So he obviously has some favorite enemies like goblins and loves the forest, and he knows how to do plenty of things in the woods. But he's always willing to help anyone that's needing something, but obviously sometimes that requires cash. And that's what I got.
Okay, good stuff. Thank you very much. That's what we're looking for. So the next person that we will speak of is Kelso Vanderfey. It's our next person that is on the docket here. So Kelso Vanderfey is a cleric, and he is of the, what says cleric? Are we cleric or druid?
I'm druid. I thought I clicked the right thing.
Okay. Yeah, I was like, wait a minute, cleric. Yeah, so it says cleric in here, but I think it's supposed to be druid, so that's fine.
Oh, they're so close together.
Okay.
There's that.
That's fine. You got it fixed. Cool. All right, good stuff.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I've lost your notes here.
Uh-oh. Sorry.
That's fine. I read them initially, but where'd they go? Uh-oh. Hang on. Let me find my
Happens
other...
occasionally.
It does. I'm like, oh no, what happened to the notes?
Let's see.
Okay.
Never happens in practice. No.
No way. No kidding. Okay. So anyway, as an elf, Kelso has lived in the Rurik Highlands here for some time. He actually hails from this area, but he wanders from time to time in different areas of wooded lands here, because he has a reverence for nature, and certainly he looks to protect the natural environs from all the nasties that continually are pushing out of the Bloodskull and the Giant Downs. And so being elven, many people can't believe that he's a druid. That's a very odd thing in a lot of ways, for any elf to be able to use any kind of divine magic. Most elves are very, very heavily akin in arcane magic, but not so much in divine. So he's not only a bit of an enigma amongst other druids, but that also draws people to him as someone of great wisdom and sagely knowledge. And so he is often sought after to be, to someone that gives advice, someone who may have an answer for a difficult question. So as he travels about and not only communes with the land and fellow druids throughout the area, um, people are often seeking him out. So as it stands, he is hanging out here in Sayerskane, which is one of the provinces here in Swordvik. He's been lately incredibly busy with some pilgrims coming to a nearby druidic grove there and seeking counsel, as well as he's been helping a lot of the locals to prepare for their winter, which of course is quite harsh. So from there, Kelso, take it away. Feel free to introduce yourself and add any extra things I may have missed.
Whoa. Been getting introduced, man? Oh, okay. Well, my name's Kelso, and I love the woods. I really do. I'll do anything for the nature, man. Like, would you guys want some good berries? I can make some for you. But yeah, I love the woods. I'm here to do whatever I can to protect it. I've always been around roaming with the wolves and sometimes sleeping with the bears.
All right. Good stuff. So, well met, our hippie friend. Okay, and then our next character to introduce and to talk a bit about is also currently in the city of Hollingholmen. By chance, we find the barrister, Malrain Marquise Nylo, or Marquise Nylo, perhaps?
It's Marquis.
It's Marquis Nylo,
Yep.
okay.
Mhm.
Malrain Marquis Nylo.
Yep.
Which is a mouthful.
Yeah.
He's real fancy like because he has been called to various different larger cities to preside and also to consult for various legal disputes amongst the minor nobility. And as such, he has been in Hollingholmen for the last week or so, attempting to deal with one such dispute between a couple of minor jarls that live in the next province of Naumburg. And his business is just about complete. He is in a setting like this in Rurik lands. The legal system is in many ways a lot more of an arbitration. And so his services currently are to arbitrate this dispute. And they're nearly finished with it, and rightfully so, that they're all quite motivated to finish this before they need to get back home to batten down the hatches, as it were, or to change their nomadic places for the winter to come. So with that, I'll allow Malrain to introduce himself as well and a little bit about him.
Okay, so Malrain is the oldest brother of 4, born of high status in the elven ranks. He is the bloodborne heir to his lands, and his brothers are jealous of the matter. They want power for themselves, and they cannot stand that the father is bestowed not only the reign, but access to the treasury at said time of rule. He's training up to take over soon, and his father is very crucial of his every action. The family has a strong history of law practice and has gained much of their power through the law and its manipulation. again, he is currently in town to help with law disputes, and he is currently working out some disputes between a few jarls in the regions.
Okay. Very good. Thank you very much.
Mhm.
And finally, we have young Asher Lane. Asher is a Anwarian and hails from that area. In fact, he's got a rather urbane upbringing because he's originally from near the imperial city itself. And as such, um, he finds himself here in Hollingholmen again because he has been given a, a small courier quest from that was handed down to his family from the actual imperial chamberlain himself. Now, those of you who are unfamiliar with the imperial city of Anwer, while it does rest within the one of the broken domains of Anwer, it is still a mighty city and a haven of culture and overall um, opulence of the once great empire. The imperial city itself does not actually belong to the realm of Avenil in which it sits. It is independent itself. And currently, the imperial city still houses many of the greatest institutions of the empire and are continuing to thrive even while the empire is in shambles. The imperial chamberlain, who has inherited it from his family over many generations, is a man well respected, but he is exactly what he sounds like. He's the chamberlain, and he holds the seat of power in the imperial city, and also guards over the Iron Throne of Anwer, um, although he does not sit upon it himself. So nobody's got the cojones to actually try to take the imperial city because of the amount of influence and affluence that the imperial chamberlain continues to hold. And as such, though, the Chamberlain, he keeps a very close eye on the power struggles and the balance of power that continues to happen throughout all of Anwer. And he has a small courier task for the young son of Cypher Lane, who was well known to the Chamberlain and many of power many years ago in his adventuring days. So Asher has taken on this small courier task, in which he is to take a sealed missive to the chief jarl of Stordvik. Don't know exactly what's in it, but that is your particular reason for being in Hollingholmen just right now. So from there, you can introduce your character as you see.
I am Asher Lane. I am the son of famed adventuring bard Cypher Lane. Um, he's he has an affinity for magic, but he also uh, is a fighter. Um, his his he loves. Uh, he's fascinated with the Shadow Realm. His father Cypher's years ago drew from the deck of many things, and in the process, his soul was imprisoned, and he's laid comatose for about 20 years. So Asher feels like that it's his responsibility to find his father's soul. So he has spent most of his life um, in books, in tomes. He knows a great deal about history. He knows, like, he's borderline obsessed with the Shadow Realm, because through knowledge he's found out that is potentially where his father's soul is imprisoned. He is he loves his family and his friends and would do anything to protect, his family and especially his mother and his father's friends who have opened up since a lot of Cypher's friends and adventuring buddies later became owners of land or regents. They have kind of opened their libraries and their universities and their areas of study up to him and his mother to try to find clues to where his father's imprisoned soul may be. So Cypher is willing to do whatever it takes to, make sure he gets revenge on the person or persons or creatures who have been guarding his father's soul.
Okay, very good. And so, just a little outside the game here, guys. So for everybody watching at home, the player of Asher Lane, Chris, he and I have been friends for decades. And 20 years ago, when we played this Birthright campaign, Cypher was one of his characters, and so my character is one of his character's buds, and so there's a whole history there. But we're finally getting to, resurrect the Birthright campaign and get back into the stories that we enjoyed so much those years ago. Okay, so we will move into I thought I had it. Oh, never mind. Sorry. Still Mind's Eye Theater. So as everybody's working about here through, Holing Holman, with the exception of Notor, who's actually off to the east a bit. Cypher, you come into town, pretty early morning. The travel was not easy, but not difficult. There wasn't anything of note to speak of in your travels. And as you come into town, you know that you are supposed to seek out the chief jarl for Stjordvik. And so from there, how would you like to proceed?
I'm gonna go meet my buds at a tavern. No, sorry, meet in a tavern. No, I'm going to. Do I know where the Jarl is at? That's where I'm gonna try to find information on that.
You knew you were supposed to come to this town, but you've never been here before, and it's not like there's a Disney World map you are here or anything sitting around for you.
Okay. Well, then I will go to, I don't know, I guess I'll look for some place that would be able to provide me with some kind of information on where I need to go.
Okay.
Where this, Jarl's at.
The city's pretty busy. There's lots of folks hustling and bustling about. It looks like most folks are, there's a lot of, looks like carts and, small wagons that are being loaded with goods. A lot of common folk milling about. Looks like many people are packing up and looking to ship a lot of materials sometime. Guards around the city are, pretty heftily interspersed. I mean, nobody's really on edge. Most folks, in Rurik society or your own recognizance type, but there are some guards around. And then off in the distance near the mouth of the river, you do see a sizable keep that looks over not only the what looks like the river and the small inlet there from the sea, but it overlooks the city as well.
I'll head in that direction.
Okay. So you begin picking your way through. Oddly enough, you get a couple of small looks from folks, but nobody really gives you any trouble. I think, again, being this far south in Rurik, probably folks are pretty used to folks of various different origins coming through town. So you pick your way through town, and it doesn't take too long for you to reach the front gate of the main concourse there in the courtyard for what looks like the likely seat of power. There are a couple of guards that flank the door, and they say, "Good day, sir. We ask your business, please, before entering."
I bid them a good day as well, and then I let them know that who I am. I'm Asher Lane. I have a sealed document from the dude from the Imperial City. The Chamberlain.
The Imperial Chamberlain. Yep, very good.
Yep. And it needs to be the Jarl. It needs to be presented to the Jarl.
I said, "Okay, very good. Welcome, sir. We're sorry to delay you. Obviously, this is serious and official business. So please step inside. The Jarl's minister will receive you, and hopefully you can get to see the Jarl soon. It's a busy time around here, as you might see." So they allow you to pass. In you go, and you'll come into a receiving room just inside the keep, and a middle-aged man will look up as you approach, and he'll, in a friendly manner, he says, "Welcome, Enwarian. And what is your business with the Jarl today?"
Good day, sir. I have a sealed document from the Imperial priest that the Jarl needs to see.
Okay, I see. And may I see this, please?
Okay, do I know, was I told that just the Jarl needs to see this?
You were told that, yes, it is meant for the Jarl's eyes only. It's not meant for anyone else's eyes.
Okay, well, that's what I'll tell, because I don't know who this guy is. I'll tell him that, like, you know.
Mm-hmm. He says, "Well, I understand. I don't intend to read it. May I see the seal on the scroll, please?"
Yeah, certainly. I'll present
And
it to him.
then once he gets a chance to inspect it a moment, he realizes it has the Imperial seal on it, and it has not been unsealed. And so he looks at you for a moment, looks at the seal, and says, "That seems pretty genuine to me. So is this to be an urgent matter, or is this something that can wait a moment?"
Was I told it was an urgent matter?
No.
No, it can wait.
Well, I'll tell you what. As it stands, the city is very busy preparing for the winter and making certain that our people are well cared for as we move into the tougher part of the season. So I will schedule your hearing, sir, for this evening at 6 p.m. Will that be acceptable to you?
Yeah.
Very good. And while you are waiting for your audience, which is several hours away, I invite you to enjoy yourself in the city. We will have a small cabin available to you outside the walls that you're welcome to use as an honored guest of the Jarl. It's nothing terribly impressive, but it's what we can offer you. And you're welcome. You're welcome to roam the city until such time as your audience comes.
Is there a place that I can grab a drink or get something to eat, perhaps?
Oh, certainly. Yes. There's plenty of taverns throughout the city. Best folks to tell you where to get a stout drink and a good meal would certainly be our guards. So feel free to ask them, and they will certainly refer you to the finest available.
Good. Well, that's great to hear. I will definitely do that.
Okay. So Asher is now exploring a bit of the town. And next we move on to, oops, hang on a second. Hang on, I'm still getting names a little bit here, guys, so I apologize if it takes me a minute to catch a few names the right way.
Well, I forgot to tell everybody too. I'm a half elf, just so everyone's
Mhm.
aware.
Okay.
Half breed, huh?
It's me. The best of both worlds.
All right.
Not enough of either. No, that's it.
All right, so let me make a couple of quick notes. I want to make sure I have everybody's names right, so I
I
can
love
quit
it.
saying player names and start saying character names when I should.
I am giving the Roll20.net note-taking on the character sheets a whirl, and then I'll transcribe everything physically as well. I was going to take the role of Lore Master and Hordist over here.
Okay.
If you guys want to change your character names, it's under the setting cog, and you can actually change your display name to your character name as opposed to having your
Right.
actual.
Right. Well, and so most of you have done that, and I just have to get used to actually looking at the the screen and stuff. So apologies for a couple of hiccups here and there, guys. This is my first time in a long time being a GM, so.
Oh, you're cool. Same here, man.
All right, so now we move on to Malrain. The Honorable Malrain Nilo
Sorry.
has just successfully presided over an arbitration dispute between a couple of minor jarls in the Namwork province. It's usually one of these situations where rather than coming to blows or having a very expensive and pointless blood feud between a couple of clans, they have come before the Jarl, had arbitration by a third party who is neutral and completely unbiased to oversee and to preside over that arbitration. It was an interesting week. There was a lot of negotiation. There was a lot of back and forth. There were a couple of times it got heated, but it was a successful arbitration. Both sides lost a little something. Both sides gained a little something, and now they're on their way moving forward. So now, because you've been in the Jarl's household for the last week, Malrain, the Jarl is very pleased with your service, and he says to you, Master Nilo, we very much appreciate your services today, in this week. Certainly, we have profited greatly from the prevention of bloodshed and further escalation of the dispute, and so for your efforts, sir, we award you your normal fee plus a refund of, or rather, I should say, plus all of the expenses that you've accumulated this week are compensated by myself and the realm. And so your fee of 120 gold pieces for the week are being paid, will be paid to you by my ministers outside the hall. At this time, our business is concluded, sir. Is there anything else that you would ask of us before we part company for the season and you go in good grace instead?
I would say the same to you, my friend, and I would also ask, that if you wouldn't mind pointing me in the nearest direction of your finest stock uh, of meads and fine wines.
Oh, certainly, certainly. Again, my ministers will tell you all about that. I
Thank you.
sadly don't get an opportunity to go to tap houses very often. As you can see, it's a part of the trappings of the job. So,
As is your grace. Yes.
and so, sir, I thank you and I salute you. And should we ever need your services again, I hope that we can call upon you.
The Nihilus will always be truthful and will always stand beside our word.
Good. My minister outside in the antechamber will handle all of the remaining business. And good day to you.
Thank you, and the same to you and your family.
Okay. So you're dismissed from a job well done, sir.
Okay.
If you make
120
your way
gold
outside.
richer.
Mm-hmm.
Yay. Okay. Yep. I will make my way out to the gentleman who is to help me.
All right.
So
So as you step out into the antechamber from the main audience chamber, you see actually a small group of ministers chatting away. And, as you're approaching, you think you hear a little snippet of information, a little snippet of conversation. In fact, go ahead and roll a perception for me, please.
hold on. Typing up stuff you're telling me, and perception it is. Did it roll?
Yeah, I think you've got it turned on advantage because you're rolling it twice each.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just take the first roll. I probably do have advantage turned on. I'm sorry. So it looks like, oh. Yeah, I see the confusion. Give me a second. Always
So
roll
that's fine. Just
advantage.
turn off the advantage and then roll it one
Toggle.
time for me.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, perception. 13.
There we go. There we go. All right, so that's pretty good. As you walk up, again, not necessarily trying to pry, but you are heading up to the minister's table where they're all chatting a bit because they seem to have a little lull in some of their business at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And you hear something about telling the others, I tell you, it was the imperial symbol. It was the imperial seal on that scroll. And I was absolutely shocked to see it. I don't know that I've ever received a missive from the Imperial Chamberlain himself. But I didn't know what else to do, so I sent the man away until later this evening because I couldn't ask the Jarl if I could fit him in immediately. Well, that's what you hear as you walk up.
And you said these are what are they again? What is their status?
It looks like some either dignitaries or ministers that belong to the court here.
Okay. Okay. So as I approach, I'll I'll say the imperial symbol of the Chamberlain, huh? The Imperial Chamberlain symbol. Very interesting. Wasn't trying to pry, just overheard. Yeah, that's pretty rare.
They look at you for a moment and realize that yeah, Barrister Nilo. Sorry to have missed your entrance. What can we do for you, sir?
I require drink, and I require introduction to your finest dog breeder while we're here. I lost a mastiff in this last journey out, and I am going to need to replace that.
Oh, well, Plenty of tap houses throughout our fine city here, sir. So you can certainly find what you're looking for as far as drink. Now, dog breeders, boy, I don't know. Uh, it's very possible that there'd be somebody who knows where to find a dog breeder, but I don't know that there is one in the city. Um, but I'll tell you, I will set you over to um, one of our taverns. There's some folks there that
All right.
operate um, that operate throughout the area um, in various different types of hunting animals.
Mhm.
So it's possible they could help you find another dog. And if I may say, there's pretty good meadery there as well.
Now, that would be fine on both accounts. I thank you so much for your time. I wish you luck with what it is you're planning to do here. Uh,
Oh, and Master Nilo, before you step away, of course, the Jarl made it very clear that we were to pay you your fee, sir. And so
mm,
here is your purse,
mm.
and we thank you for your service. The Jarl is greatly pleased, and you are welcome here at any time.
Well, I'm just glad that we could settle the dispute. It's, not every day you run into these things, but when you do, you have to handle them legally, lawfully, and, uh, impartially. So thank you again, and I'll be off to that meadery you're talking about. Again.
Very good. Okay, so they are, they're quite friendly with you. Obviously, they've seen you in and out
Mhm.
of the keep for many days as you've
Mhm.
worked the dispute. So,
Yeah. Uh, as we walk out, get a quick whiff of the air. Anything wafting in the wind, smells.
um, I mean, from where you are, you've got a heavy sea breeze. So
Okay.
most of what you're getting is the salt sea air.
Okay.
Um, it's still early enough in the season that we got a southwesterly wind coming in, and so most of what you smell is the sea. You would have to probably go down deeper into town to catch anything else, such as if there was a meal that caught your fancy or anything of that nature.
He'll kind of throw his leather duster back and head to the tavern.
All right. All right, moving on. Um, Notor, Ranger. Notor, you've been tracking a a goblin raiding party. They came through and they hit a small hamlet in the Dazonian province here of Giant's Fastness a few days back. Um, while the casualties were light, they still did um, injure quite a few people. It didn't look like they were too interested in death and destruction as much as chaos and looting, because they did make off with some cattle, some other valuables, and they of course called you as one of the area rangers to track down these fiends and hopefully recover some of the lost goods. The people themselves are okay. Um, some of the um, nearby druids have come to support and help the people, healing, um, protection, and a little bit of comfort. But you have been asked to track the band and perhaps um, not only defeat them but recover the goods. And so you are 2 days on the trail, um, headed west along the edge of the wooded area. It doesn't look like they're going into the woods much at all, um, but they continue to move and not stealthily. Not that goblins are known as for their stealth. They are moving westerly, but they are moving at a pretty hefty pace, and which is odd because you're not entirely sure why they would go deeper into human-held territory. So from there, You feel like you're about 2 days behind them on foot. What would you like to do? Are you talking to mute? There you are, Gavin. There we go.
Yeah. Good question. I was just thinking for a second.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, 2 days is a long way to go to catch up to some. I mean, if they're not being stealthy, is it leaving enough of a trail to tell how many there are?
That's a good question. Go ahead and give me a survival roll, and let's see what you can make of the mess they're leaving behind. That's pretty good. Okay, so it looks like you're stuck on
Nice.
advantage too because you rolled twice. But take your first roll. So just check your character sheets, guys, and make sure you don't have advantage clicked on your main sheet, because that's what happens is it'll roll twice, thinking that you're taking an advantage or disadvantage for that matter. That's not the case right now.
Yeah, I don't see where.
Okay.
I don't see where it says that I have it clicked on.
Yeah, that's weird. I don't know why it would do it twice. So yeah, you just want, if you look at your character sheet, it should just say normal. Because under core, there should be advantage or disadvantage in normal, and just make sure it's highlighted red on the normal portion.
Yeah, I've just got the core. It doesn't show the other stuff.
Huh. That's interesting. How'd you fix yours, Joe?
I can
Were you
see.
stuck on advantage somehow?
Oh, all you do is go over to your cog, click it, then right below the cog it says roll queries. It should say always advantage, always roll
Always roll
advantage.
advantage?
Yeah,
Oh,
and then you change it to just advantage toggle.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yep. Nice.
Yeah, I wonder how it got stuck on
Yeah.
that. That's really weird.
Yeah,
Oh
mine was
wow!
stuck on it
Thank you,
too.
Mrs. That was very kind of you.
She brought you a plate of
Right.
food.
She did.
Look at this, man. You going to the tavern getting food already.
Well, you know, we Nielos.
Okay. So that's a really nice roll. Again, these guys are not being stealthy. They're not trying real hard to hide their tracks. And they're leaving a lot of crap behind. So in a lot of ways, it looks like they're just, not just crap. I mean, goblin crap, but also what looks like the remains of items that they're despoiling as they go. So it looks like if they've run across any wildlife and been able to get a hold of them, they're tearing those up and eating them and leaving the scraps all over the place. It looks like some of the
Oh my.
some of the leftover pieces of the livestock that they made off with from that small village have also met that same fate. Because that roll is so good, you feel pretty strong that you're looking at about a band of about 8 goblins that are running to the west. And again, you don't know what the hell they're so hurried about, but either they are being driven very, very much by something to make them move this quickly, or they're in a hurry to get to something.
Did I have any of the other group of the band of that other group come with me, or is it just me tracking?
Just you right now tracking. Yep.
With it being 8, I think I'm going to. I'm gonna have to go find somebody to help, because there's no way that he would try that. But he's not very happy that they are just wasting animals, just going around, just being destructive.
Yep.
So
Okay.
definitely keeping in mind.
So what's your plan then? How are
What
you
they
gonna?
did,
Because
but-
you're out here in the wilderness pretty good. You might run across a hamlet or two on the way. I mean, you know the area pretty well. You know that they're headed along the tree line, and it probably will run across a couple of hamlets within a day or so. And again, they're 2 days ahead of you. But that's the
What's a hamlet?
closest. Oh, sorry, a hamlet. It's like a small village, smaller than a village.
Okay, I think
It's a
he would
group.
keep that in mind and
Yeah.
hope that he can get a couple people to help him out.
Okay. All right. So so what's your
Which
next move? Are you going to
we're
continue, moving the same direction as them or going someplace else?
I'm going to continue moving the same direction as them for now.
Okay. All right. So again, they're moving pretty quickly. Like I say, it looks like they're taking standard rests, but for whatever reason, they're moving fast. So, are you going to try to close the distance?
Yeah, yeah. Close
Okay.
the distance, but trying to keep in mind of trying to. These are goblins, right?
They're goblins, yes.
So it's a favored enemy of mine that I have
Yes.
expertise in tracking.
Mm-hmm.
He's trying to keep in mind, trying to get to a point where he can distinguish where he's closed that gap
Okay.
and to where he needs to start being a little more alert and careful
Mm-hmm.
about how fast he continues to close that gap. He
Okay.
doesn't want to run right past him
No, I got you. Okay.
or right up on top of him.
Fair enough. All right. So, since you're going to try to close the distance, you're probably going to need to hike at a pretty heavy clip, maybe even cut some of your rest short. So, give me a Constitution check, please.
Man, you're telling the story so well, I can hear them in the background. All the goblins.
Right? Yeah, right. Oh,
Okay.
I love it.
Oh, you rolled a save. Not a save, just a check. So I think,
so I click on Constitution.
yeah, you should just click on your regular Constitution score. Okay, that's even better. Nice job. All right. So that's fine. So the first day goes forward. No adverse effects, but you don't feel like you're gaining on them very well. So you got to hope they either slow down or you're able to redouble your efforts. So one day in the books. Second day, do you want to continue?
Yeah, I'll continue with it.
Okay, give me another Constitution check if you want to try to close the distance some more. Okay, not bad there. It doesn't need to be super high. All I'm looking for is that you're able to pull an Aragorn and run across the fields of Rohan here.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of extra Constitution, so
That's okay. You're doing fine. All right, so day 2, you do feel like you're gaining. You think like you might have gained about a half a day on them. So they're about a day and a half ahead of you. And you know that for half a day, they're probably going to come across or near to another hamlet that's along their current trajectory, unless they turn and move away from their current direction. They may end up on another hamlet here in about another half a day. So what would you like to do next?
I think at this point I would probably move toward the hamlet.
Okay.
Whether that's the same direction that they're going or not.
It is
I'm
the
gonna
same
start
direction
moving in
currently.
that
Yes.
direction.
The same direction currently, yes.
I'm not going to try to beat them there if they're going there.
Okay, that's fine. Understood. All right. Roll me another survival, please. Oh yeah. All right.
Love that
So-
hair.
That's yeah, that's good stuff. Get the flowing locks going, Tristan. We like
I
that.
love
All
it. Love it. Yeah, baby.
So Notor, that's yeah, you're doing really great in the tracking. You made about a half a day on them. As you got going through the next day, you noticed that their track seems to be taking kind of a northwesterly turn. So it's not going due north, but it is going kind of northwesterly. Again, no evidence to really show why or any rhyme or reason to why they're going the way they're going, and they're not being stealthy at all. So give me one more Constitution. See if if you're able to close the distance some more. Okay. Yep. Well done. So you successfully hoof it a little further, and it looks like you gained another half a day on them. As you're coming up to finally get some well-needed rest, you find another mess that they've left behind, but this time it's not just a bunch of livestock and despoiled goods. There's a couple of dead goblins here in this area. Looks like they came up next to a small wheat field, and of course that wheat field is empty. It's already been harvested, and so it's wide open. You can for everybody to see, but you don't see very many hovels or barns or anything in the nearby area. So this wheat field must be heavily remote away from the nearest hamlet, and they don't appear to have gone toward any settlement in their current trajectory. But there are 3 dead goblins laying here, beat up, pierced up, mutilated pretty badly, and that's what you see. So as you come to rest, you know that the band is at least less than what it was. So now you're only 1 day behind them. What's your next move from here?
So, were those goblins mutilated and dead?
Oh, very dead. Yes,
Oh
they
my.
are mostly and all dead.
He's only mostly dead.
To Blave.
So they basically went around the hamlet.
Yeah, they went around the hamlet. They didn't go back for another soft, juicy target that you can tell. It doesn't look like they're pointed toward another settlement, although we are kind of on the outskirts of some settlements because we're nearing some cultivated fields or cleared fields that have already been harvested.
Well, seeing that there's 3 dead goblins, I'm just gonna assume that they got into a disagreement because they're stupid, and keep going after them.
Okay, that's very possible. Yeah. All right. So, are you going to attempt to gain on them again?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, go ahead and give me a tracking roll first, or a survival roll. Make sure you're feeling pretty good about oh yeah, you're feeling real good about the trail. They are still not being stealthy. They are still leaving it you to follow. It would be very difficult not to follow this trail. And then of course another Constitution save. Let's see if you're able to close the distance.
Going for speed.
He's going distance. Okay, so outstanding on that Constitution save. You are moving like a bat out of hell right now. Man on a mission, knowing that there are some nasty, nasty things, and we are getting closer to areas that are populated by innocents. And so you are highly motivated to find out what's going on with these jerks. So as you get going, you realize that the tracks are getting fresher. The mess is getting deeper. It looks to you like they've made another small jaunt to the west, almost due west, and you are now mere hours behind them. I think you would estimate these tracks are probably 4 to 5 hours old. And as it stands right now, yes, they're still rumbling along, but there's less junk, less mess left behind. So you think, based on what you see, that they may be running out of supplies. They may be running out of stuff. So from there, what would you like to do?
I'm gonna not try to close the distance quite as fast.
Okay.
But I'm gonna try and move up on them pretty quickly but quietly. I'm not gonna want to
Okay.
barge into them.
All right.
But I'm gonna, if they're running out of supplies or looking like they're slowing down,
Yep.
I'm gonna let them kind of, maul on that a little bit, so they're like a little bit weary when I show up.
Okay. Good. All right. So give me one more survivor roll, please. Okay. No problem. Again, they're not being stealthy. It looks like they're going due west now. You are roughly here in the province of Roman. And they looks like they're headed due west, like they're headed over toward the river at this point. And like I say, you're mere hours behind them. So if you give me another con save, this will be or a constitution check. It'll be a pretty easy one to allow you to keep pace, maybe even come a little closer without dropping in on top of them. Okay, so that wasn't so good. You didn't gain much. You might have gained an
I'm not gonna
hour.
drop on them.
You might have gained an hour, but you're still on that path. So 5 goblins running toward the river. Who knows what the hell they're up to? All right. From there, I am going to switch to Kelso. So meanwhile, back at the foreman's basement.
Whoa, man. I
Hey,
can't
bud.
believe what's going on. Did you see that shit?
Yeah.
Like,
So anyway,
I don't know.
Kelso and a couple of other druids are chilling out, eating popsicles in their little grove here in the in the Searskap forest hideaway. When some news comes to you from some woodland creatures, so one of your fellow druids has gotten word that there was a goblin raid to the south near the river,
Whoa,
and
not good.
and of course they're worried about goblins coming into inhabited territories where there aren't a lot of guards or militias hanging around. And so some of the druids from off in the west had sent some messenger birds to your grove to tell you to be on the lookout because they were headed this way, and that they have one of the area rangers tracking them, but they haven't heard anything for a few days. So they would like your aid to ensure that these goblins do not push any further into the squishy interior. So, what would you like to do, you and your fellow druids? You are with 2 other druids currently at the grove.
Well, sounds like I need to go and protect the land here again, man. Well, did the messenger give any which direction?
They don't really know. It was a few days since the message was sent. All you know is that they had been moving to the west from the Giant's Fastness, which is about 3 or 4 days to your west and across the river. Especially given that a lot of people are trying to prepare for winter and whatnot. It's may not be something that people are thinking about, raids and whatnot, because the harvest is in and most of goods and whatnot have been packed away for moving. So yeah, the message wasn't that clear, but they said it was coming to your to the west. So to be a little bit south of you across the river is likely where you would be needed.
All right, I'll head that way, and then I'll ask the other little critters around. They can help navigate.
Okay. Do you have any particular affinities for animals around here, or do you have? So one of your fellow druids is got a little bit of an avian thing, so he's got an affinity for a lot of the birds, and so the bird that came to him in particular is where that message came from.
Don't have a particular animal and that he favors.
You're good, Noter.
He would ask like any random animal he'll see as he journeys.
Okay. All right. And so let's see what's involved there. Do you need to? I think you've got a ritual speak with animals, right?
Yes, it should have something. I forgot what it was now. Dang it.
Yeah, I don't see it on your sheet here, so. Speak with animals can be used as a ritual. So in a lot of ways, as long as you have 11 minutes to concentrate and cast the spell, it gives you a slot to cast it. So if you try to use Speak with Animals in combat, it costs a slot, but outside of combat, you can use it virtually at will. It just takes a little bit of time.
Okay, that's what I'll probably end up doing here then.
Okay.
Because I can't remember if druids could just speak to animals or not on top of my head.
It's not usually ingrained in them, especially not at low level. You might be able to do something like that at higher levels, but currently it's just a spell capability.
Yep, that's what I end up doing.
Did we lose Gavin? Oh, there he is.
Yeah, he'll be right back.
Okay.
I just end up using to speak to animals when it's time to talk to them.
Okay. Well, so it's not difficult to find, animals. If you're, looking to speak to any of them, that's fine. Usually, your fellow druids will recommend that we speak to birds because, of course, they have the most range and they may have heard the most news or seen the most things, based on how far they can travel in a single day. Especially given that we're talking across the river here.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Well, I will start heading west then.
Okay. So as you, well, it would be east. I'm sorry. Did I say that backwards? Yeah, they started from the west and are headed west. You are up here in this wooded area.
Okay.
And so, like I say, their path was headed west. With west being, this direction, you would have to go across the river if they continued in a straight west line trajectory, but you don't know whether they've changed direction at all.
Okay. I'll head that direction, then
Okay.
any critters, I'll ask if they see any weird goblins or anything.
Okay. Well, as you would have it, your fellow druids go with you, of course. They want to make sure that the people are protected. You're moving toward the river. As you get down here toward the Vorspyren River, it is pretty low because you're outside of flood season. This far inland, it's pretty easy to ford the river in certain places. Near your wood, there is a river ford close by, which you could actually wade across. It would be cold, but you could pull it off. You don't necessarily have to have a watercraft to do so. As you get toward that way, you see a flock of ravens, crows, that have taken a short break in a tree, and they look like the type that are more southerly type birds. So, your friend thinks, hey, maybe we should ask them because they don't usually hang out on the north. They have to come from the south.
That's a good idea. Let's go and talk to them, man.
Okay. So if you cast your ritual and you can speak with them, what would you like to ask?
Hey, fellow bird guys, have you seen any of those dirty, nasty, rotten goblins? I heard there's a pack of them around.
Now, crows, ravens are generally pretty intelligent, but there's only so much information they're going to be able to give you. So they'll call at you. They'll do a couple of movements, and basically what they're saying is, we were just minding our business, picking up, the leavings from behind the fields that have been cleared and picking up little bits of grain and stuff that were left over, when some nasty green two legs came stomping through, and of course we had to fly away. So we're resting here until the nasty green two legs go away.
Do you remember what direction that was?
So they'll say, it was about, they don't really have a whole lot of time sense. So they'll tell you, in the direction the sun rises. We left there about, 3 meals ago. These are the terms they think in and therefore can speak in.
Bird terms, 3 meals is like an hour ago.
So 3 meals and in the direction that the sun rises is what they tell you.
Thank you, my feather fellows.
Now, if you want to try to translate that into terms you can understand, you could roll a nature check.
All right. That will be a 19.
That's pretty strong. So your knowledge of crows and whatnot, 3 meals is pretty short distance because they stop to feed regularly. So they will often drop down to find victuals and then fly on and then drop down to find more victuals. And so you feel pretty good that this is about a day away from you. And in the direction the sun rises, of course, that's due east. So if you were to go a day due east across the river, that's the last place they saw them.
All right, my fellow friends, we're gonna go east. My feather fellows, they have spotted those nasties.
Okay. So you and your druid friends are going to follow that path that they laid out for you. You'll ford the river, and then you'll probably travel about a half a day roughly, and then I'll ask for a perception check.
That would be an altogether 20.
A 20. That's pretty strong too. All right. So off in the distance, in what looks like the edge of a hedgerow, maybe the remainders of some haystacks and whatnot along a field, you see several figures with a green tint to their skin running along and just making a mess. It looks like they're kind of pushing and shoving each other. You can't really hear them because of this distance. But it doesn't look like they're being particularly stealthy. And from the direction you see them going, it looks like they're headed toward a barn in the distance. There's a barn and a small homestead near this this field that they're running along. They're probably about, I'd say, 200 yards from you. So they're a goodly distance away, and I don't believe they have spotted you yet.
Well, kind of down then. And just slowly watch them for the moment and make the right move.
Okay. So yeah, none of them have spotted you as yet. And again, it doesn't look like they're being particularly careful about their movements, but it does look like they're headed toward a settlement, a small settlement of some kind. Okay, so you said you're doing what? I'm sorry.
I'm just gonna keep it low, and as they move, I'll slowly start heading their direction.
Okay. So there's not a lot of foliage or trees or whatnot. Like I say, this is cultivated land. You could probably get behind a hedgerow, a haystack, something like that if you're trying to continue stealthily along. But like I say, not a lot of underbrush or heavy growth, which you might be used to in the woods. So if you're trying to keep it stealthy, go ahead and roll me a stealth check, please.
Let's see. A 13.
Okay. Roll for your two companions also. We'll just say they each have a +1.
Is that? Oh, one actually got a 20. And the other one got a 10.
Okay. Not bad. Again, you're still 200 yards away. It's a couple football fields, so not too bad. I'll roll a little something here. Okay. So, oops, hang on a sec. I need a couple more. Okay. So as you're going, you probably get a good 50 to 60 yards closer. I'm assuming you're trying to do a little bit of a intercept maneuver, maybe? Trying to head them off at the settlement, or are you going straight toward where they are now?
That's actually not a bad idea. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll intercept them.
Okay. So, like I say, you're closing the gap. You're probably about 100 yards away, and then one of them starts shouting and pointing over your direction. So you have been spotted. Pretty good distance still, but at this point, we are going to go into an initiative. So roll some initiative, if you please.
Oh, fun.
Now that you're closer, you see that there are 5 of them.
Oh boy.
Okay, how'd you do?
I got it 18 for the initiative.
Okay, that's pretty good. Okay, also then, Notor, go ahead and give me an initiative. You are closing the gap from the other direction, but you won't actually enter until a couple of rounds in because of the distance. But go ahead. You hear me over there, Gavin?
He's muted, man.
Muted, man. We're not talking, man.
Oh no, I can't understand lip talk.
Sorry.
There he goes.
What's up?
All right, so Kelso and his druid companions have come upon the goblin band. They're headed toward a farmstead, and we're closing the distance, and they're now into initiative because they've been spotted by the goblins. So you also have started to catch up to them, and I'm gonna have you roll an initiative, but you join the combat a couple rounds in because you're still a little too far back.
Okay.
Okay, so Kelso's got an 18. Okay, Notor, what you got? Did you get a roll in there? Oh, there it is. Sometimes it doesn't squawk at me. I don't know why this thing doesn't automatically scroll all the way down sometimes. Drives me nuts.
And it said, I don't know if it's for mine, but it said it did not add it to the turn tracker.
Well, it's because I don't have the turn tracker up yet. So I'll get to that
Okay.
in a minute. So I'm working on all that.
Sometimes that turn tracker can be kind of finicky
It,
anyway.
it's a little, yeah, it's a little weird, but that's okay. I'm still working on this piece, so bear with me here. All right, so now to have your initiatives and all that good stuff, we will continue here after about a 15-minute break and get into the combat here. And then we will also get into the story of Taz Lightfoot here shortly too. So thanks everybody. We'll be back in about 15 at 7:45. Okay, welcome back, folks. We've had a little breather there, left on a little bit of a cliffhanger lightly there because we have now our first combat to resolve. Some
Woo!
goblin raiders are bearing down on a small homestead, and we have Kelso and his druid companions that have spotted them and are engaging, as well as Notor, the ranger who's been tracking these guys for days and has done some Aragorn-like feats to catch up to them, is also coming in soon, and now we're going to have to make these dirty little goblins pay for their treachery. And how dare they come into the lands of the Rurik. So we continue now with the following scenario. Move the players there. Hello. Maybe. Trying to get it to go. It's acting really funny. Hang on.
What is it?
Hang on. Let me. My Roll20 is acting all kinds of weird right now. For whatever reason, it won't let me move the bookmark. I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
Is it letting you move it now?
Hang on. Everything got all kind of goofed up here. Okay, that looks more like it. Now I can move it. There we go. So now everybody should be able to see a little different view. We have a farmstead with some dirty goblins hanging out.
With some pigs.
Dirty
I
goblin.
got some pigs.
Look at
I
the pig.
I got some horses.
Cocker would not be happy about this.
I think for some reason I have a feeling that Notor and Cocker are like pen pals.
Yeah, maybe so, huh? Let's see. All right, so I'm dropping you and your druid friends onto the map so that you know where we are.
And what is Notor's race again, so I can jot it down?
I think I remember him saying human.
Human. It's just a
Notor
human.
is a human. Yes. He's just a regular old human type.
Human.
Humane. And then we'll go ahead and get this guy. So here are you and your druid pals trying to keep the monsters from encroaching on a innocent homestead. Okay. So now we have druid number 1. Okay. Your unnamed druid pal. His name's Eric. And then your
Always a good name.
unnamed druid pal number 2. His name's Fez. Okay. Now we have the goblin boss.
Mouse.
The boss.
Like a mouse.
But does he have the beard?
And then his goblin minions. And then the last one who was too busy picking his nose.
Oh.
Okay, so the goblins do spot the pack of druids coming in. The goblin boss shouts out in his nasty tongue and points you out to his minions. And at least one of them is a little bit sharp and on the bounce here, and so he sees you. And given that you are pretty darn far away, come on, you silly thing. Sorry, minor technical difficulties. I'm getting it cleaned up now. I will be better prepared for this than my other ones, because they are just acting all kinds of weird. This didn't happen when I set this up the first time. Okay, so small goblin decides to move forward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then he is going to take a shot at you, one of you, with his short bow. So doesn't really matter who to him. So we will roll a die 6. Number 1. So he's shooting at Eric. Sorry, Foreman. All right, so 120 sided die. Maybe. Hello. Go. There it goes. Okay. That is a 16, which will hit Mr. Foreman. And that is for 7 points. So Eric gets hit pretty hard. Doesn't like it. Okay. Next up in the order is the goblin boss. He's big, mean, nasty, but you notice he does not carry a bow. He carries a scimitar, but in his other hand, he carries a javelin, and he is going to take a shot. He sees that somebody is hurt, is going to attempt to hit the same guy. That is also a hit.
Oof.
And the javelin does 6 points of damage. Eric is hurting a lot. He's not down, but he is really hurting. All right, next up is Kelso.
Oh man, you really hurt my fellow man. I gotta heal you up.
I'm gonna heal you up.
So I'm gonna good berry, and I'm gonna give him some good berries.
Okay. All right. How many good berries you give him?
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and give him 8 good berries. I'm gonna keep 2 for safekeeping.
Okay. So he has 8 good berries. Now, he's not going to have an opportunity to actually... Well, no, he could use a... we'll call that a reaction. And he does go ahead and take your berries and eats them immediately. Healing for 8.
There you go, man. He pats him on the back. Hope that feels better.
It definitely does. You see some of his wounds start to close as he's munching on some tasty berries. Okay, anything else?
I think That will wrap it up for me.
Okay. Okay. The next goblin is goblin number uno. That's this guy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He does not have a short bow, and so he's just going to dash action. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to get closer. But that's all he can do right now, except shout at you and all kinds of goblin expletives.
Oof.
So that is, oh yeah, it's,
Very nice
it's
to say.
scathing, scathing.
Scathing.
So then next is goblin number 3. He also does not have a bow. So he moves in a dash action and joins his fellow in saying all kinds of nasty goblin things at you. Next is Fez the druid. So Fez is the next guy up. He saw the devastation that was just done to his friend Eric, and he said, "You son of a bitch!" And so he comes up and swings his cudgel at this guy.
I missed that show.
It's a good show, such a good show. 11 is enough because these guys are completely unarmored. Let's see. Okay, so unarmored goblin takes a shot from a cudgel, which is a die 6, and Fez is actually a pretty strong dude, adds a couple. He does 7 points of damage, and this guy expires. All right. He did. All right, so that's Fez. Next up is Eric the druid. He's feeling much better, and also shouts a cry of defiance at this guy. He will also come forward. He does not have a cudgel. He has a big stick. 1 quarterstaff. Oh, that's a hit bigger than Snot.
Yeah.
Quarterstaff is going to brain this little guy. Let's see. I believe a quarterstaff is die 8 now.
It's a
I gotta remember.
1d6 for
Die 6.
one hand, 1d8 for 2 hand.
That's what I was thinking. So he's two-handed, so he's swinging for the fences. Okay, and because he's using it two-handed, he adds some extra strength, and he brains this little sucker, and he expires. Okay, and then goblin number 1, seeing that 2 of his pals just fell, he is actually going to stay behind the big one. He is he's a little bit more gangly, but he doesn't have a ranged weapon on him. Only those 2 had ranged, so he's going to stay behind the big cheese. So that's the end of his turn. We're back at the top of the order with goblin number 2. He didn't like the fact that old Fez came up and beat his buddy with a stick, so he is going to take another shot with his bow and miss by a lot. So he will go ahead and move up. And he'll get just distant enough to make sure that he can switch weapons quickly and go to his scimitar. So next is the boss. He expended the 1 javelin he had. So he will step over the body of his slain buddy. He'll just stand next to it. Why not? And he will take a shot at Eric with his scimitar. Go ahead and roll dice. There we go. Oh, and he misses. Pretty spectacularly he misses. It was a really off-balance swing. I think he tripped over some of the gray matter from his buddy who had his head caved in just a moment ago. So, and then next up is Kelso.
All right. All right, man. You're trying to hurt my fellow person over there. I'm gonna hurt you back. And he produces up a flame, and he throws it at him.
Okay.
All right, and does a 13 hit?
13 does not hit.
Oh, that missed.
Okay.
And that's
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. No, he's got armor, but not a shield. So yes, a 13 does hit.
oh, okay. 3 damage.
Okay. So Goblin Boss is a bit singed. Oh, I'm assuming was this the guy you were shooting at?
Yep.
Okay, cool. All right, so not only did he slip and miss horribly, but now he's been singed, and his funky, greasy beard has gotten a bit of fire into it. Okay, at this point, suddenly coming in nearly breathless, we have Notor. You have tracked him to this homestead, and you've been running hard, but you have caught up to him, and you see now that they've engaged a group of druids that have intercepted them here at this farmstead, and 2 of them are on the ground. You have one that's close to you, and then you saw the bigger one, which looks like the boss, and another go up to also engage the druids. It is your turn, sir.
So where would I be at then?
So I just dropped you in right here. You're behind
you
him.
did, okay.
Yep.
And who's this?
That is one of the goblins.
That's one of the goblins?
Yep.
Okay, then I'll just shoot at him since he's the first one that I see.
All right then. Go ahead and roll to hit. Okay.
I'm glad you're here finally.
So a 9 doesn't hit. You missed him by just a hair. Actually, that fell just a little short behind him.
Yeah,
Okay.
I missed.
So it didn't quite make the mark. It hits the ground behind him, but you certainly did get his attention. All right, so that was your attack. You do have a move action if you'd like, or a bonus if you do have one.
I don't think that I will move.
Okay.
I'll just hold for now.
Gotcha. All right. Let's see here. Make sure I keep track of these guys. Which one was it again? That was that dude. Okay, so Goblin 1 is... Or no, it's Goblin 2 is dead. And Goblin 3 is dead. Alright, so Goblin 1, that's this guy. He's next. He now has his scimitar. He will step aside his pal. And he will take a shot at Fez there. So he's gonna swing with the scimitar, and a 9 does not hit. He successfully parries that blow with his cudgel. So that's it for Goblin number 1. Next is Fez. He says, all right, you want to spar with me, you dirty sucker? Here you go. Eat stick. He lashes out with that stick, and of course, this unarmored little puke takes another shot from the cudgel. This time for not quite as much, but enough to hurt him quite a bit. You see the cudgel make solid contact, and you hear a nasty thunk, and the little sucker squeals, but he's still there. After that is Druid Eric, who's facing down the big cheese right now. Doesn't feel like he can safely disengage, so he's going to go ahead and try to brain him with the quarterstaff again. See if that works. He fumbles, Fumbleia, Fumbleruski. Unfortunately, as he's trying to come down with a mighty blow with his quarterstaff, he loses his quarterstaff, and it flies to the ground and away from his grasp. And so he's standing there with no weapon. And that's the end of Druid Eric's turn. And finally, Goblin number 1, who sees that there is a new person join the party, and also seeing that they're starting to get outnumbered, and it doesn't look like they're doing well. He's looking rather jittery. He actually makes a will save and decides to stick with the fight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And he is in range of you now, and he will reach out and try to stabinate you. Uh-oh. That's critical, my friends.
Oof.
So a critical with... This guy's just carrying a dagger. So I believe a dagger is... Gotta remember here.
Dagger should be a die 4.
Sounds right.
Yep, should be die 4.
Yep, there it is, die 4, and it's the standard double damage, so he's
Yep.
going to roll 2 die 4. He has no strength bonus,
Nope.
so it doesn't...
He can use his dex bonus as well.
Oh, that's right, because it's
So
finesse.
finesse,
That's
yep.
true. He didn't need it, though. All right, so he does 3 points of damage to Notor with a stick from his dagger.
Noted. Okay.
And then we're back at the top of the order again. It's the Goblin Boss. He sees his opening because Druid Eric has dropped his weapon. And so he is going to take another shot. Ooh, 17 does hit. And he's going to do 4 more points of damage to Druid Eric. He is hurting bad. He is cut open and bleeding now. Not down, but hurting badly. Okay, and that is all for the Goblin Boss. Next up is Kelso.
All right, I am throwing another flame at him.
Okay.
That will miss.
Okay, so you throw a gout of flame at him, but he sees it coming this time, and he ducks, and it slides over his head before it poofs out. Okay, anything else for you, Kelso?
Am I able to throw like the last 2 berries toward Eric?
You do still have a move action, and so you could go up next to him if you like, and hand him over to him, and then he can use a reaction to eat him.
Have to go.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I wasn't able to move, so I was like,
Gotcha. That's cool.
All right, and I hand him the last 2 good berries I have on me.
Okay, he'll take a reaction and heal a couple real fast. Okay. Hurting but not down. Okay, after Kelso, then it's Notor now. Gab, you good to go?
Sorry. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Yep, you're up. You got a goblin in your face, and he just stuck you with a dagger.
Can I shoot him with an arrow? I
You
haven't
have
been
a-
in this situation.
Do you have a point blank shot? I don't know. I can't remember in 5th edition off the top of my head how that works.
He can shoot, but
It'll
if
be at a
he's
disadvantage.
yeah,
Oh, that's with disadvantage.
Yep. So yeah, you can fire at him. You just have to roll twice and
Okay.
take the worst of the 2 rolls.
Yep, I'll go ahead and do it.
Okay. No problem. You connect
Yeah.
solidly. So you say, hold
Damn.
still a moment, and just as his nose lines up with the end of your bow, you let go, and incoming big nasty. So go ahead and roll your damage. All right. 5 points of piercing damage. It's the first time he's hit, but he got hit real bad like. So you see this
Oh,
arrow.
hold still.
Yeah, right. Hey, hold this for me. So you let go of this arrow just as he's shouting obscenities at you in his goblin tongue, and you decide to go ahead and shoot his stupid tongue out. So as his mouth is open wide, shouting something, an arrow travels through, pierces his tongue and rips his tongue up, and then the arrow exits out his cheek, and he is not happy about that. It hurt a lot, although it didn't drop him. So goblin number 1 just got shot with an arrow through the freaking face. He is taking another break check at disadvantage, and it is not looking good. All right, so dude is completely heedless of any danger. He is turn-tailing and running. You have the opportunity attack if you'd like it, sir, as he exits. So Notor, you may take the opportunity attack. He is completely heedless of any danger as he turn-tails and runs.
We'll do that. He's not going to get very far without a tongue, so might
There you
as well
go.
just finish him off.
So again, he's going to be short range on you. You'll have to go with disadvantage because you're using a bow.
Disadvantage. Okay.
So let me see the second one. Ooh, boy, that would have been nice. Okay, so the first one we have to take because it's the lowest. The good news
That's
is, being completely unarmored, that actually hits. So roll your damage.
Oh boy.
Seven of piercing. He takes an arrow through the back and summarily sprawls out onto the ground face first and stops moving. Excellent move. Okay, so that was, whoops, wrong goblin. Goblin number, that one. This one's still around, although hurting pretty good. All right, so Fez is the next one up. He's still working on this cat here, who took a shot but didn't go down. So he is going to go ahead and give him another crack with the cudgel. Unfortunately, he does not connect with his cudgel on this shot, so that didn't work out so good for him. Druid Eric, also not doing too well. He actually has to take his action to disengage. So he will disengage and then come back and pick up his quarterstaff, which fell over this way. So that's his entire action, is to back away, disengage, and retrieve his quarterstaff that he dropped. Then the last little goblinoid here, he's going to take his shot at Druid Fez again. Oh my goodness, it's another crit. All right. guys are rolling hot today. Okay, so 2 dice 6, that's 8. Goblin Fez, that's the first time or to Druid Fez rather. That's the first time he's been hit, but that one hurts a lot. He didn't like that one. He's staggered by it, but he's not down. Okay, back to the top of the order, the Goblin Boss. He doesn't see any point in going fighting after this guy, so he's gonna go after the fresh Druid here, which is our old buddy Kelso.
Back off, man. I'll burn you.
Okay, so does a let's see, wait, what was that? Does a 14 hit?
Yes, the 14 would hit.
Okay, so on a 14, he does 6 points of damage with his scimitar.
Ouch.
And he's grinning ear to ear as he sees you bleed. All right, Kelso, you're up.
All right. So I am going to throw another flame at him again.
All right.
And would a 20 hit?
Oh, for certain.
19, sorry.
Yep, 19 does hit.
Five damage.
Ooh, he didn't like that. Okay, you hit him again with the fire, and this time he gets singed around the neck, which really, really ticks him off, and obviously really hurts him. He's staggered again for a moment, but he's not down. So that one absolutely did not go well with him. Anything else, Kelso?
Trying to think here. That will do it.
Okay. All right, Notor, you see on down that the Druids are handling their business, but they're getting sliced up too. So you're up.
Okay. I guess I'll move a couple steps and then shoot him there.
Okay, you're breaking up real bad, but I think I heard you say you were going to move up and shoot somebody.
Yes.
Okay, so how many spaces do you want to move?
Just 2 spaces.
Just 2. All right, so 2 spaces, gotcha. And now you're going to take a shot at who?
What is it?
Yep.
That one?
That's a small goblin. This one is a little meaner, tougher looking. Yeah. They're both beat up though.
Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely shoot that smaller one first.
Okay. Fire away. You were rolling advantage. I'll take your first one, which is
I actually rolled disadvantage.
Oh, did you? Okay, well don't worry about it. I'll take your first one. So that's a 22, and that's definitely a hit, so go ahead and roll your damage. 10 piercing. All right, so as the Druids are looking on, an arrow comes from deep on down the farmstead here, and comes down and lodges it through this little sucker's throat, and down he goes in a heap of goblinoid goo. He is done. So you have successfully killed that goblin.
Nice.
All right, next up is Druid Fez. Now that he sees that his adversary here has gone down from an arrow, he moves over and casts a healing spell. So he's going to do a cure wounds on his friend Kelso here.
Thank you, man.
That cure wounds. Gives back 7 hit points. And that's the end of Druid Fez's turn. Druid Eric, not to be undone, now has his quarterstaff back. He's going to step up and take a two-handed shot at Big Cheese again. He's a little angry. A 14, actually total of 16, will connect with the Goblin Boss. He did a two-handed shot. That's die 8. Okay, that is a 4-point shot to the Goblin Boss. And altogether, that's enough to brain him. He is done. And so you have successfully defeated the Goblin Raiders, gentlemen. Well done.
You came in time, man. That was a real big help.
Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so
Timing.
all right, well done, well done. So from there, you guys can meet up and speak a bit. Take care of any of the looting and such. What would you like to do next?
I guess we better see what these suckers have on them.
I'm gonna first collect the arrow with the tongue,
Okay.
if I can.
Yeah. Yeah, it's still stuck on there. It's stuck down in the ground nearby. It's rather slimy, doesn't smell nice, but it is attached to your arrow. And let's see here. Highs or lows?
Highs.
Okay, unfortunately, the arrow is no longer any good.
Damn.
Some of the fletching and the end of the arrow got caught on his nasty goblin teeth on the way through. So the arrow's ruined, but the tongue is intact.
Damn, lost my arrow, but got me a good goblin tongue. I'm gonna kind of wrap it up and tuck it away, and then I'm gonna go search the goblin that
Gotcha,
had the
trophy.
tongue.
All right.
Never let that dissuade you from picking highs, though. Always go high.
Oh yeah, always. Yeah, certainly. I wanted the tongue. The tongue is what I wanted.
Well, you got it. You certainly got it.
Very
the
nice.
arrow would just been a bonus.
All right.
So yeah, I suppose we search the corpses and see what they got.
Okay.
Yes.
That's good. So, unfortunately, there's not a whole lot that's of value. You do come across 5 small, not small, but smallish size, but medium scimitars. So you do have 5 of those. They're okay. They're not in great repair. They're notched and beat up. Could be potentially worth something. They don't have any armor to speak of. One does have a short bow that's in decent shape, and he has looks like about 8 arrows left. Not also very good quality, but there you go. 8 arrows, a short bow, 5 scimitars. Unfortunately, they don't seem to carry any money, but you do find that they were carrying various knickknacks, little things that look like they may have come from, some tack from a barn, or some implements that might have come from a farmstead, none of which has a particular value, especially given that most of them have been broken and beat up. Certainly you found plenty of those on the trail as you were tracking them, but most of them are broken beyond repair or usefulness. Okay, so I'll distribute experience and stuff at a later time, but that's what you got out of this fight, other than the satisfaction of killing some lousy goblins. So
Which is always worthwhile.
Oh yeah, got me a trophy.
Right, certainly. Okay, so we will break the action at that point and go back to the city. Where we left off before there, we have some other folks there in Hollingholmen, and that is where we now go back, and we find ourselves with Mr. Lane and the barrister have found their way to a tavern that was highly recommended by the city guard and the ministers for having excellent mead, some pretty serviceable ale. Although up here in the Rurik lands, wine is a rare commodity, so you won't find any of that. But plenty of ale, plenty of mead. Mead is particularly an item of high value amongst the Rurik, and so you'll find that you have lots of that. So if you guys would drop your pins anywhere inside this tavern, wherever you like.
Yeah, right. Where's my pen? Hold on. Raw.
What am I in a bedroom?
Did you find them?
Yeah.
So yeah, if you take your character right there, Asher, and just drop him anywhere in here, wherever you find a good spot
Whoa.
to put him. Looks like you're at the bar.
Yeah, I dropped my guy in the bedroom. I didn't.
Oh, yeah, you're back here now.
Bottom right.
Yep, got it. Okay. Sorry, they're kind of hard to see.
Yeah, no, I was. Once I drop him, can I move him?
Yeah, absolutely you can. Just highlight them and then start dragging them where you want them to go.
Oh, okay. So,
Hang on, did I do this right? Hang on a sec. Oh, I know why. There we go. Now they should look a little better, yeah? A little better?
Oh,
there
yeah.
we go.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I was looking at the map layer, my bad. I just had to bring it up in the token layer. Now you can see them much better.
Yeah, looks great.
All right, and then Taz, your grandfather has decided that before you set out onto the road south, he wanted to pop into the tavern. So he's going to bring you along because no halfling is ever going to take, not take the opportunity, rather, to pop in and see what the local flavor is. So
There's
you
food
guys-
there. I'm going to eat it.
there's definitely food. There's mead and ale. So you guys will drop in right here by the doorway where I'm pinging.
So, what do I have going on around me?
So again, it's a pretty regular day. Seemingly, there's plenty of folks in town. This is your grandfather, by the way. I'm just gonna drop him in here. What is that?
I don't know. It changed my.
Yeah, that's
My
weird.
icon totally changed.
To a goblin of all things. All right. hang on a
Yeah.
second. How in the heck did that happen? It's probably all the weird stuff that's been happening with my Roll20. I'm sorry about that. I don't know how that happened.
Oh, we'll use it for now. I'll fix it later.
That's crazy, man.
Goblin. No.
Yeah, so this goblin walks into a bar.
Rolling this.
Shoot it! Somebody shoot him!
Wait a minute.
The gnome doesn't have to duck.
Yeah. So, was somebody making a joke?
I tried. I am a bard, after
That's
all.
all. That's how all good jokes start, right? So.
Somebody trying.
Okay. So the barkeep has been serving up roast mutton and potatoes all night, and it has been very well received.
Okay.
The meat is flowing, tongues are loose. There's a lot going on in the area, and it seems that word has traveled fast. There is a courier in town from the imperial city of Anweir, and nobody can stop talking about it.
Oof.
Evidently, gossip is king in this capital city of Stjordvik. And so everybody is chatting up a storm about what could it be? Whoever would think to bring a missive from the imperial city all the way up here to the Rurik lands?
Pull my cloak a little bit further over my head.
Okay.
Sip
And
on my
so, yep.
sip on my ginger root.
My ginger root. Nice.
Just gonna
Oh,
feed.
you found your avatar again. Sorry about that, dude.
I just downloaded it.
Did
Again,
you?
that's all.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's weird. I don't know what happened there. That's crazy.
Look around the
Yeah,
room.
that looks much more like a halfling type.
He likes
Okay.
his eggs and bacon.
Yeah.
He actually smells like bacon.
I want to get some breadcrumbs and feed my owl.
Oh, okay. Well, again, the good news is it's busy around here. The staff is really hustling and bustling, so it's not hard to find any scattered around tables here and there. But you can absolutely ask for something specific from one of the barmaids if you like.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I'll get some of the mutton and some bread and some of your finest meat or wine or whatever it
Okay.
is that you guys prefer to serve around here.
All right.
I
So serving one, she'll bring it by for you, no problem.
would I hear him asking about the finest
What's that?
stuff?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Like I say, I don't have a ton of people in here, but Mind's Eye Theater, it's a pretty crowded tavern. So there's a lot of
Okay.
folks in here. You're not going to hear, one conversation across the bar unless it was really loud or they happen to be closer to you.
Okay. Yep. I'm gonna holler to the barkeep and ask the barkeep about the the mastiffs to see if there's any dog trainers around here.
Mm-hmm.
Two, a good blacksmith or weapon shop.
Okay.
I have a couple of quick things I need to take care of there.
Okay.
Then I will slide 2 gold pieces across the counter to the barkeep for said information, and
Oh, okay.
that should slicken the wheels of my persuasion roll, right?
Certainly. Yeah. Go right ahead.
All right. That should have done it, right? When I hit it on my thing?
I'm not seeing it in there yet.
I hit it on my iPad, so it may... Well, hell. Alright, hold on. I'll try it through here. One good turn deserves another, right?
I mean, that's the way I do it. I hit it on the iPad and then it goes to the computer.
Well, yeah.
So,
Well, I've got both open, so... But now...
Whoa.
What?
It just rolled like
whoa! I think
a
your
whole ton
iPad
of
works.
stuff.
You're rolling everything, man.
Yeah!
Your iPad's working.
Yeah, you went persuasion, nature, religion, perception.
Okay,
I'm
all
like,
right.
oh my god, dude.
Hold on, let me...
2 gold gets you a long way.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, 19.
All right.
Sorry.
So, no, that's fine. So he says, my lord, you're far too kind. You didn't need to give me all this. Here. And he slides one back across to you, and he says, this is more than enough, and I'll make sure we tip the staff really well tonight. But I've got the information for you now. I'm not much of a smith person or smithcraft much myself. I'll tell you, sitting there over near the hearth is one of the smith's apprentices, and this is one of the finest shops in town. And I know that they're going to be busy with a lot of the folks getting supplies for the winter and whatnot. But you may have something you're looking for, perhaps. So you can ask them. Now, as far as dog breeding, though, that's a little more difficult. I would have to say, you'd really need to talk to some of the rangers or druids of the area, but I haven't seen any in town lately. Although, it's usually not far outside of town that you can find some of the druidic circles, especially in the woods near town up the river. It's about a day's march or a half day's ride, but you could you could ask of them, and I would assume they would either know or they may be able to help you.
Okay. Well, my friend, I very much appreciate everything that you've um, helped me with today. Definitely want to thank you again. I'll have to go check out the druids. And you say that I can find them in the forests, right?
Quite so. Most of the druids don't bother coming to town. They
Mm-mm.
don't feel comfortable here, obviously, and praise be to them. They take care of our natural world and look after the people as we're about our business on about the land. But yeah, you definitely have to go into the wooded areas to find the druids.
Okay. And what did you say the name of the blacksmith was?
Oh, well, that'd be Lord Bjorn, but his apprentice, you know, Jackson is over here at the table. It looks like he's chatting up some other folks from out of town, but you could ask him what they have available at the shop. His master's a very very good man and well renowned for his wares.
Okay, I will check that out, and I wanna thank you ever again. And I feel that it would only be right to uh, I think that I don't know. I think that what we'll do is we'll head that direction then. After I get that information, I'll go over to talk to the apprentice, and I'll
Okay.
let the other let Asher and
Okay.
Taz have a second to talk.
All right. Well, and the barkeep, has a big broad smile for you and appreciates you a lot. So he takes one of your gold pieces and he puts it in, the tip bin for the staff.
Hmm. Hmm.
But then he takes the other and he says, "Why, that's a right generous notion of you. But tell you what." And then he shouts, "Everyone, attention, please! This fine gentleman has funded your next round."
Roll niche.
Three cheers for Barrister Nilo.
Oh,
And everybody raises a glass and cheers in appreciation. And
good.
the bar wenches are the only ones who are not at all pleased because now they're having to refill all the mugs at the same time.
Nice.
So you get a couple of dirty looks from the serving ladies, but otherwise everyone's quite happy with
I'll
you.
give him like the old Luke Perry, like handsome devil shrug.
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna turn on the smolder.
Like the Mentos commercials.
Yeah, yeah. The fresh maker.
Awesome.
Okay, so Taz, looks like your first round as you walk in the door is on a gentleman who happens to be walking your direction. Um, so your serving
Oh,
maid who's at the table,
am I back at
about,
the door?
huh?
Am I back at the door? I actually put myself at their table.
I know. Yeah, he's
Oh,
he's
okay.
headed your way. So
Oh,
your
cool.
grandfather came along with you. So you and Gramps are sitting at the
Happy.
table, you know, about to order up a little bit of the local fare from your barmaid when you know the shout across the tap room is that the first round is on the gentleman that just left the bar and is heading your direction. And so she says, "All right, uh, young masters, what do you have? I I suppose you'll be wanting some of the best mead, yes?
Milk.
I'm afraid all we have right now is yak's milk. Would that be all right?
That's fine. And how many eggs do you have?
Well, we usually don't break 'em out until breakfast time, but I I suppose if you'd like some eggs, I could put an order in for you.
Yes. So how many eggs do you have?
I Well, I don't rightly know. the morning stock would probably be somewhere around 4 dozen or so to feed the morning breakfast crowd.
That sounds like a challenge. I would like them all.
Oh, oh my mercy! I'll have to check with the chef. Cook is not going to like that at all. Oh, well, I'll see what I can do for you. And what about for your gaffer here?
What would you like, Pops?
I think probably just a bit of that mutton, and I'll have a mug of that mead as well, if you please.
You're
Nice.
pretty old, Pops. Are you sure you want some mead?
Now, Sonny, I can hold my liquor just fine. Don't you worry about me.
I don't know. I think you should have some water or something.
That's enough out of you. I'll have the mead.
I guess Pops will have some mead.
All right, seeing your exchange, there's a burly bearded gentleman across the table from you. Kind of, I would say late 20s, but still a pretty good beard for a young man. He's chuckling a bit because he hasn't seen an exchange like that between two little people ever. And he says so. You folks are welcome around here. I can't say I've ever seen an exchange like that before. Can't say that I haven't ever had an exchange like that with my own grandfather. But do you suppose your grandfather can't hold his own liquor?
I guess he can. I mean, he is an old gnome.
Well, now, that doesn't necessarily mean he can't drink a spell. I've certainly been in a tavern or two. Could you say that there, sir? What kind of taverns have you been in and have you seen? I've not gotten much news or gossip of the outside in a good long time. I've been at the forge so long.
He's talking to me, or he's talking to my grandfather?
He's talking to Grandpa. Yeah. So, but you can interject a little bit. He say, "Oh well, we've been around here and there. We just came from the north a bit. We wandered a bit here and there, but
Remember that tavern, Pops? Yeah, they had great eggs there.
My grandson here, he has to eat a bit of everything everywhere we go. Why the eggs, grandson? Seriously. You know it's hard to ride in the cart next to you after you've done that.
Why do you think I do it?
Oh, that gets this guy roaring with laughter. He just can't stand it. Oh man, I know what you mean. Oh, yeah, the master back at the forge, man. The guy can't stop just ripping him off. I swear he could absolutely, he could run the forge on his own goss. Ridiculous. Just ridiculous, but so funny. All right, so as you're going on and on, I believe our barrister friend was about to walk up to the table.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to speak to the blacksmith apprentice. So if you'll come on toward the table, you'll hear this conversation. It seems inane enough, but you hear him speaking with a couple of these halfling folks and getting a right good chuckle out of it.
So you fancy your eggs, do you?
They're good for you. Filled with protein.
Apologies, I didn't introduce myself. The name is Maureen Marquis Naelo. I am part of the Naelo clan. My people hail from Blah. We haven't discussed that yet, so. Perhaps Maureen, please. Call me Maureen. My friends call me Mal. My company and I, we lost a mastiff, and apparently I need to talk to the local druids and rangers to get anything done there. However, my understanding is that you are one of the best in the land as far as blacksmithery is concerned, and I'm looking for a quite nice sharp rapier that should be able to poke as well as slash quickly. Is that something that you could manage or help me with?
Yeah, we may be able to.
Actually, the blacksmith says, "Oh, you halflings are funny." I think he was talking to me. Anyway,
He was looking
I
at me.
yeah, I know.
You're not.
So
Oh, you're the apprentice. I apologize.
yeah. Oh, that'd be me. Yeah, Master Bjorn's forge is just on down the way. I just came in for a pint this evening, but hey, certainly we could help you. We've got all kinds of different steel back at the shop. I'm sure we could either either find what you need or make what you need, depending on how much time you have, sir.
I'd be more inclined to visit your shops to see your wares. Perhaps we could get some of this mead to go, and our friend could get his eggs and travel along.
Oh, hey, I'd hate for us to leave so soon. Won't you take a seat with us for a moment and drain a pint before we head out?
Of
It's at this hour the master's still at lunch, and so I may not be able to conduct business on his behalf until after he gets back. So won't you please join us for a meal?
Completely understood. Yes, in fact, tell you what, for the willingness to operate and do business, let's call the meal on me this evening then.
Oh, you're too kind, sir. You've already given us a pint, but
Uh,
uh,
money
who am I
is
to turn down the hospitality of another?
money is something that comes. It's a fleeting thing. You can't take it with you.
Well,
All
in that case, I'd like 2 orders of bacon too.
Oof.
right. You shout bacon across the way. The serving wench rolls her eyes at you, but she nods and heads back into the dining room.
Everywhere I go, the servers hate me. Well, I love them, and they get tipped well, so they can't really complain that much. Anyways, again, my name is Malrain Marquis Nailo. I hail from the lands of Blah, and and I am traveling in the area because of the dispute between the Jarls across the way. Some minor land disputes along with some mineral rights. We were able to come to an agreement without any bloodshed. People were happy. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, that was my kid in the background.
Oh, that's quite all right.
She threw a good job in there right at the right time.
It worked perfectly for me. Again, we Nielos believe that our debts must be paid, and I will make sure that any steel that you can garner will be promptly paid for right at the day's due.
Very well, sir. Business is all pretty well handled by Master Bjorn. I'm just a helper. I'm learning, but I don't claim to be a man of his skill. So I'll be glad to show you to the shop here after lunch. But yeah, certainly all the business is with the master. But hey, have you ever met a couple of halfling folk? These two
He,
gentlemen have been
Grandpa's a gnome.
what?
I'm
Oh,
adopted.
my apologies. I didn't realize that. Uh, I I have to admit I've not ever met any of the short people before. So I meant no offense.
No offense taken.
I've defended a few houses and courts. Very fine folks. Your people very much appreciate the opportunity to sit with a halfling and a gnome of your prestige in the area.
Uh, Grandpa says, "Oh well, now I don't know about prestige. We're just regular folk." Now, that's real fancy talk from you, sir, and we certainly appreciate the drink, but don't go accusing us of being nobility now.
I wouldn't garner that expectation. The expectation is merely that you'll find people, and for the young man here to be working for the Bjorn, as his name is called, quite understandably so, he must have quite the skills. Am I wrong? Therefore, he is notable, whether noble or not. Notable. Thank you.
Oh, the serving wench comes up and delivers all the food and the stuff, and Grandpa says, "Oi, that's good timing, lass. Thank you. I think I need a drink after that oratory." And so, as your meal continues and witty banter and so forth continues on, and dinner, lunch, really luncheon is moving forward here because we're about midday. You hear a bit of commotion outside of the tavern. You hear a lot of hoofbeats, and that's uncharacteristic. You've heard plenty of hoofbeats going by leisurely from cart traffic and regular folks going about their business, but this sounds like an entire company of horse outside the tavern. And that's a very odd thing for everyone because the tavern gets a lot quieter and many people have turned their heads toward the door and looking out the window. Those that are near windows, such as our halfling and gnome and our barrister and our blacksmith's apprentice, see that there is a full company of what looks like the chief Jarl's guards from the keep have stopped outside the tavern in official uniform, which is odd. Many of them come by after hours and off duty, but not in official uniform. So shortly thereafter, they dismount and they come into the tavern.
As they start to dismount, I'll look at everyone at the table. If you'll excuse me for just a moment, I have to use the house. Step out.
The facility?
Yeah, I'm not really going to use the facility. I'm just going to step into the back room for a nicer vantage point. Shall I be rolling stealth for that, Mr. GM?
No, it's not necessary. If you're going to get up and move, nobody bothers you or gets in your way, so you can go ahead and move where you want to move.
I'll be right back. I'll take the steak, whatever steak they have.
It's a mutton.
That's fine.
It's a mutton chop.
Nice.
Okay.
We'll do the mutton chop.
You go ahead and move your guy wherever you're moving.
Where's the kitchen?
Kitchen is on back this way.
Okay.
Both of us. There has to be two people. There has to be two people to do it. One at the top
Be
and
kind
one at
of
the bottom.
ducking back into this corner behind the door and looking between the crack in the door and the entrance.
So
at the entrance there.
The bartender is shocked by seeing, a bunch of armed guards outside and doesn't really even notice you walk behind him past the bar and into the back room. Okay, so shortly thereafter, this group of 4 of the Jarl's guards come in with one of the ministers, and the minister stops inside the door and unfurls a scroll, and he says, "Attention, attention all, residents and non-residents alike. I have a decree and an announcement from the Jarl. There has been a development among the Chief Jarl's closest advisors. A courier has recently arrived from the Imperial City of Anweir, and there is an urgent matter, and we seek the man named Asher Lane to come forth to the Jarl ahead of his appointment to speak to the Jarl about urgent business.
All right. Well, I will close up the book I was reading and kind of slowly stand up and
Okay.
My good man, it's a good thing I ran into you. Legal counsel is definitely something you're going to need.
Oh,
Step
so you're
out.
gonna pop over here and talk to him? Okay.
Oh yeah, I'm wanting to know what's going on, and if this has something to do with this Chamberlain's letter, then I or scroll, then I definitely want to know more. So yeah,
Okay.
I'm stepping in. Malrain Marquis Nielo, at your service, of course, Esquire.
that's nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you.
Asher Lane. Uh,
I am not a sir. I am El Conquistador.
the El Conquistador.
Very happy to meet your acquaintance as well. These kinds of matters can get very dicey. It's better to have somebody there that understands the lingo of these folks and the local laws. As your attorney, I will, of course, ask for a nominal fee thereafter if said fee is necessary. However, at this point in time, just being by your side may be the only thing you need.
Right. So yeah, the fee, I haven't agreed to anything. Aside from that, it's a pleasure to meet you. Tag along if you want. I'm gonna go talk to these. It appears that I'm being summoned.
Summoning is a legal form of beckoning, and therefore, if they're going to beckon you and you are going to comply, that means you have already agreed to something. You're going to need somebody there for legal recourse. I'll be happy to go. I'll follow after him.
All right. The
Man,
minister.
Ox, that man is an ambulance or a horse chaser.
Ox team chaser.
I am
All right.
amused. I am amused by his, his way with words.
That's good
I do
stuff.
think it's-
That's
Oh,
the
look at you.
sigil, the snake.
Oh, that's nice. Great. You're being represented by a Slytherin, so good luck.
I'm not being represented by anything yet.
Not yet.
Well, now
Yes.
hold on.
I'm not.
Okay. So as you present yourself to the minister, he says, Mr. Lane, thank you so much. We've been looking at several different places, but there's a new development. This, of course, we don't know what your missive says. You haven't presented it to the Jarl yet, but it appears there's another courier that's come into town, and it seems urgent. And given that you both have unprecedented messages from the Imperial City, we felt it best that we bring everyone together for this meeting.
Yeah, absolutely. All right.
Okay. So please feel free to use the service of the guardsmen. They'll put you up on horseback and take you at great haste. Master Nilo, were you summoned as well? I do not recall.
He's with me.
that you. Oh, I see.
Legal counsel.
Sure.
No one's under arrest here, Mr. Nilo. I assure you, this is simply an urgent matter based on amazing circumstances from two different couriers from the same sender.
Sir, you mean to stand here and tell me that a legal summons was issued, and the gentleman is complying with the study rule already that the government has asked them to comply with, and you're saying that he is not going to be on some kind of official record when speaking to such a person of importance? I think it'd just be best to have you legal counsel, and I should go along.
Okay. So roll a little something there. This minister has heard a lot of legal talk over the years, and he says,
Shit.
Master Nilo, now I understand your hesitance of us allowing this gentleman to come back to the keep unaccompanied, and so because of your esteemed work, we'll absolutely allow that. But please understand, this is not a legal proceeding. No one is being arrested here. but please proceed.
Yeah. Okay. So I rolled persuasion there. I should have anyway.
You probably roll about 18 rolls, and then we'll see it here.
No. Hold on. I'm gonna try it again.
Aw, bye.
Did it come up?
Nope.
Negative.
I'm shutting it down on the computer or on the iPad and opening it up over here.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, then just don't say it anymore. I know.
I reloaded. Whoops. Where'd I go? I'm not in the game anymore. Hold on. There we go. I am back. What the heck?
Does it look weird?
No, I just had something crazy pop up on my iPad. No idea where it came from.
Okay.
Alright, there we go. Bam! Oh, I'm in. Okay.
Okay. Now you're gonna roll that persuasion roll.
Yeah. I understand why it's not opening my character sheet is all. That's my only question. Maybe if I click on the character itself, that won't do it either. I don't know why, but it won't open for me. It won't let me look at the character sheet. But
Just
he's
roll
got a
regular
plus 3.
D20.
He's got a plus 3, so it's all good. I suck.
Okay.
Oof.
Again, not a whole lot to persuade here. He's not trying to dissuade you. He just wants you to understand that
Embarrassing.
no one's in trouble.
Okay.
So the sirens aren't even blaring, and you're already chasing the ox cart. So it's all right.
Maybe you should stay here.
See that, Gramps? He's trying
funny.
to use big words, confuse everybody.
Look, the reality of the situation is you go ahead. You go ahead with that legal
Yeah.
counsel. It
Yeah.
could get you into some trouble, but I'll be here if you need me.
That is a lot of eggs. Holy shit.
That is a lot of eggs. That guy's gonna be hard to be around. Oh God.
No, I don't. Personally, he doesn't. Cypher.
Mhm.
Asher doesn't really care. He thinks it's funny that he's this guy's trying to jargon his way into.
Okay.
He's totally tackling. You totally, if you want to, man, you're more than welcome to.
Yeah,
Okay.
he happily obliges and heads with you.
So I'll see the guards will see you to their
Aye.
horses. In the meantime, the minister looks about the room a bit, and his eyes brighten very quickly as he looks over here to this table. And he comes over and he approaches the gnome and the halfling, and he says, "Begging your pardon, little masters,
I'll eat it all.
I have no doubt that you will. However, that's not why I'm here. Honestly, I did not expect to see anyone of halfling or gnome kind within the walls of our fine city. I wonder if you might if I might beg a boon of you.
Sure.
This business with the Jarl, I'm a little embarrassed, but I believe there's the courier that came along is also of halfling race, and he doesn't speak very well with us. We're having a very difficult time understanding him. I don't know of anyone else in the city who studies your particular Umbric language, and I must say that I know very few words. Would you be willing to come and speak with him on our behalf? It's very urgent that we get his message, but it's not being well translated.
I sit there. I stare at my food. I stare back at him. I stare back at my food. Like I debate about it a little while. I look at my grandfather and tell him, "Watch my dinner. I'll be back, I guess."
He says, "Oh, my boy, I'll make sure they either keep it warm or I'll find someone to eat it.
No, no. I'll eat it.
I'm certain they can feed you up at the castle. You go on ahead.
All right. I just want to make sure my eggs are here.
All right, and your grandfather turns to the minister and says, "Sir, he can help you. He's quite a sharp young man, but don't open your larder too full. He'll eat you out of house and home." All right, and so as you all gather, they will put you all up on guardsmen horses and rush you to the keep.
Thank goodness.
We're heroes.
We're important. We do stuff.
Well, I yammer on until people let me do things.
All right, we're going to change scene here again. I'd like to take another small break. And toward the end of our session today is when the entire group should be meeting up. And we should start, getting together as a larger team. As such, our slow origin story is coming to fruition here. I apologize for those waiting in the wings while their turn is coming. So we
It's
will soon
all good.
we will soon be one group as we get going. So we're gonna take let's make it about a 10-minute break this time, and we'll come back right at 9:15 to finish up our last portion of the first session of Birthright.
Awesome. I'm gonna get a drink.
Let's do this real quick. I was having some trouble with that character sheet. Let me get
Yeah, I
this
don't know what's going on with that. It's really weird.
flipped over here real quick. Enter
Okay, gotcha. All right, so
Back to the lecture at hand, as Snoop Dogg would say.
we are moving on to the
Prophetic.
next location. Okay, you have been ushered into the king's main audience chamber.
Wacky decor.
Yeah, well, you know. It's what's available. So anyway, there's the old Kank Dangalank right up there on the throne right now. And he is frustratedly chatting with, or trying to chat with, a halfling who looks like he's rather weather-worn. But obviously there is some kind of frustration between the king and this halfling because there's some kind of a communication gap there. So
Ah, good thing I came along then.
you guys go ahead and drag your initiative. Wait a minute. All right, so everybody go ahead and drop your characters down here at the foot of the audience chamber at the end of the carpet.
I'm sorry.
Roll an initiative already.
Trouble again, are you?
Always and forever. Where am I at?
Yeah, we're all going down here at down at this section, and we're all going to be turning around facing the big cheese because we're all coming in the door.
It's like we're
Okay.
practicing for a wedding.
Dun, 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 dun. Okay. And there you go. Oops.
Oh,
Didn't try to do that. Sorry. That was weird. Don't scoot on me, you stupid map.
don't scoot on me.
Right? Make sure I got this in the right layer. It's probably because I'm doing the wrong thing again. Like a dummy. There we go. Okay, so you're all going to approach the throne. The king does beckon you forward. The ministers are closing the doors behind you because it sounds like the king has asked for this to be a private audience. Or the chief jarl, not the king, sorry. So, as you all approach,
Mhm.
you're at the foot of the dais, and the king says, "Welcome, welcome, friends. Please, no need for formalities. You're all guests here in our realm. I hope you have been enjoying the city of Hollinghoven, or whatever the heck, I forget the name of it now.
Hollingsworth. No.
Anyway, it's in here.
Yep.
So, I've summoned you all again because we've gotten 2 couriers from the Imperial City in the same day. And an incredibly odd circumstance. But as you can see, our second courier here has arrived with another sealed message. But I admit I'm having a very difficult time speaking with him, and he with me. It seems we do not share a common language. So I have asked my ministers to send us someone that may be able to translate. I can only assume that means you, my young friend. As he points to Taz.
Well, they said that I was going to be the one to come to help with these things, but so sorry. My liege.
Master Nilo, great to see you again. Thank you. I'm not entirely certain why you're here, but you know you are welcome. But I was speaking to our halfling friend here.
Understood.
What is your
Here.
name, sir?
Oh, so this is great. So I push a button on this round little orb that I have, and all of a sudden, a screen shows up, and goes, Tazlov Lightfoot, artificer extraordinaire.
A screen. What do you mean by a screen?
It's one of the objects that I have. It actually like lights up like or actually like projects like a screen.
Okay.
Full three.
So onto a surface?
It didn't explain it very well. It just said it. Well, basically, it's like a projection, but it didn't say as a surface or anything like that. So I'm not really sure.
It's going to show us his slideshow.
Okay. Well, there's not really anything at hand for it to
That's awesome.
project onto.
Oh,
So I would say you'd have to project it onto the carpet below.
nice.
That's the closest solid surface that's of a single color that it might show up on.
That works.
Okay. So when you do that, the king is surprised, taken aback, but then he's intrigued. That's quite a gadget you have there. Taz, Master Lightfoot, thank you for coming. Now, certainly, Mr. Lane, we know that you've come, and I'm sorry to have pulled you in early, but I thought that these circumstances were just too great to leave our audience for later this evening. I hope you don't mind me summoning you at this early hour.
Absolutely not. I totally understand.
Now, if you don't mind, can we please view your communication, and then perhaps we can convince my other halfling friend here to deliver his as well.
Nah, no problem. I'll reach into my satchel or whatever and grab it and hand it to him.
So the king steps down, or the jarl, and he takes it from you, thanking you, and so then he breaks the seal and he unfurls it, and he reads for a moment. Well, this is odd. This is it's really nothing more than a call for a quest. It's not even particularly addressed to me. I don't really understand. I suppose we can have this copied and posted about. It looks like it came with a couple of letters of credit from the Chamberlain for expenses. Well, here, let's see what you make of it, Mr. Lane. So he hands it over to you. And
Kind of looking
you'd
over
like
his
to begin-
shoulder a bit.
it's fine. If you begin reading, you'll see that hang on a second. Oh, hang on. Here comes the good night. Good night, bud.
Yeah.
Good.
I just got 3 of those when I ran in the house.
Yeah. Okay. So like I say, he looks over.
Oh, did you see I casted comprehend languages?
He didn't. Hey,
Yep.
who's this?
Where?
I'm asking. Who's that?
Believe that's Asher Lane. I don't know.
Is that Asher?
No, I thought I was
Well,
on
that
the.
is me.
I was the
Oh.
guy on the with the shield.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know. I think we pulled you in by mistake. So sorry, you're not in this particular
Cool
audience.
mini though.
Sorry,
Oh
bro.
wow.
Yeah, you're still across the river and on down a ways. You're like a day or two away from here. So
Yeah, you're chopping goblin tongues.
Yeah.
capturing some goblin
And-
trophies.
And I only cast it because I've come this far, have been that curious. It's like if this thing talks, I want to be able to understand what the hell it's saying.
Okay. Well, so anyway, the scroll says the following: to all adventurers of the blood of Corellia, the Imperial Chamberlain greets you and puts out the call for those who wish to embark on a noble, dangerous, and exciting quest. The Imperial seat has authorized a quest to sail to a faraway land and seek to expand upon our once great empire into other unknown territories. This call is for any adventurers, or especially those of the blood, to seek out the Imperial Chamberlain and to heed the quest call by this day in the beginning of spring in the year of current year, or next year. Any that heed the call will be paid a generous stipend and given their quest and destination to begin operations on a new landmass. Serious inquiries and interest only. Any ne'er-do-wells will be harshly dealt with. Sincerely signed and sealed, the Imperial Chamberlain. And so that's all it says. The letters of credit that are inside there are for any expenses for the receiver of this missive to distribute and post amongst his realm. So that's what that says. So okay.
You're in?
I'm in.
I don't think that it would be a very good idea for you to just jump right into this right away. As your legal counsel, I have to ask, what's at stake?
As well, potentially my father's life.
Very well. If this is the way we're going to go with this, I'll totally back you up. The Nielos could use the credit to the name. Furthermore, we care and other things of that nature too. But just the same, it's a matter of you're going to need legal counsel if you're going to embark on a mission like this. Contracts are going to need to be signed. Innkeepers are going to have to be paid off. You're going to need somebody to handle the books. I got this. Don't worry about it.
Okay, while you're nattering about, the Jarl turns to the other halfling and waves him over and says, I don't know if he understands me well, but can you please deliver your message now? The halfling actually starts speaking in the Umbric halfling tongue. Anyone who does understand that will understand his words.
I begin translating it.
Okay. So he turns to the
Wasted
king, and in
spell
his
slot.
Umbric tongue he says, I keep telling you, King Guy, this is not a message for you. I was supposed to come to your town, but the message is for him.
He said it's the message for that guy.
For Mr. Lane. Okay, so again, it's sealed with the Imperial seal of the Imperial Chamberlain, but he hands the message over to Asher.
Mr. Lane, this is just getting heavier and heavier by the moment. I should probably read this along with you. Look over his shoulder.
So the halfling hands it to you, and then he comes around and he starts talking with you, Tass. He says, all these big people, they don't listen worth a darn. I keep telling this guy that I'm supposed to deliver to a certain person, and nobody's listening to me. Nobody speaks regular speak anymore. What's that about?
I know, right?
So hey, look, is there
You
a
like
good place
eggs?
around here to get some eggs?
I wish there were, but the last place I went to, they're all out.
All right, well, I guess I'll find and see if somebody else got some. Man, I am starving. It had me come a long way. I was only able to get here as fast as I did because they put me on one of those big stupid ships. I'm never doing that again.
I pull out some jerky out of my pocket. Like, I have some old jerky that I usually eat as a snack. If you would
Ah,
like.
cheers, my friend. I haven't had a good jerky in a while. Ah, boy, are you a sight for sore eyes. I get tired of looking at all these big people all the time. All right, so he turns and in his own language he says to the king, all right, can I go or what? So
He wants
again,
to leave.
yes, of course. See my minister on the way out for lodgings and for some compensation for your time. Thank you very much,
I will, thank you.
Mr. Nilo. I was speaking to the halfling. All right, so do you translate that to him because he didn't understand a lick of it?
Yeah, he said, you can go up front if you're looking for food. They might be able to feed you.
Ah, that's all I need to hear. Hey, good travels to you. Watch out for these
too.
big people. All right, so he takes off. He's had enough of all you big people.
Yeah, it's a shame.
Me.
I actually liked it.
All right, so Asher, you got a private message from the Chamberlain in your hand. What would you like to do?
Well, I'll bust it open and was I told it was private? I forget. I'm sorry.
No, I just said it was for you.
Okay. Well,
He
I'll
wasn't
just,
given any specific instructions that you
okay.
you
I
do
don't.
with it what you want.
Yeah, I'm not really worried about it, so I'll bust it open and just start. I'm encouraged by the news I just heard. Like I'm really excited about that. So I'll just bust it open and start reading it.
All right. So as you crack it open, it begins by saying, "Young Master Lane, I hope this letter finds you well. I also hope that it has found you in time. Your mother has sent a message to the Imperial City. One of your father's old friends came upon a potential lead about your father's condition. There has been some speculation that uh, your studies into the Shadow Realm have been stymied in Corellia because the Shadow Realm no longer has as heavy a presence here as it used to when Azrai was still about. However, his presence was felt for thousands of years longer in the old continent of Aduria, and so it is believed that Aduria may hold more clues and perhaps a solution for your father's ailment. Time is of the essence. If you are able to gather a party and come back to the Imperial City by the first day of spring, we can set you upon swift ships to head to Aduria. You may take part in the greater quest that was announced in the original note, or you may choose to forego that and simply follow your own quest. As such, this information is new but urgent, and so I believed it needed to come to you at the earliest possible date. Sincerely and with great respect, yours, the Chamberlain of the Imperial City.
I'll whisper into his ear. You know, uh, this sounds like it would be a lot of fun, but maybe I have a couple of skilled colleagues that could, I don't know, consult on this one. Eesh, sounds like you're in pretty deep, Asher. Mr. Lane, excuse me.
Asher.
All right.
You.
So if you also note, there's a postscript at the bottom.
Okay.
It mentions, recall that the race of halflings are well attuned to the Shadow Realm, and you would do well to recruit a halfling to your party.
Okay. I will. I know I don't know my egg-eating halfling's name yet. But I'll give him the note.
What do you
and
mean? You saw it on the floor.
Oh, that's right, I did. My bad. I was so
Pass, Lightfoot.
amazed. I was so amazed that it blew my mind, literally. I'll hand the note to him. It's a long story,
Mhm.
but read this and tell me what you think. Do you want to go on an adventure?
If there's
Do you
food
want to build a
involved,
snowman?
yeah.
You want to develop an app?
About that rapier. Gonna need that. No, but seriously, with respect to that, Mr. Lane, I honestly think that in retrospect, please forgive my earlier statement. No colleague could handle anyone of your caliber. We need to take care of you. We need to ensure that we take the utmost respects to your health, life insurance. We'll talk more details later. I'll draw up the paperwork.
I've just
I don't
recruited
think
an
I would
insurance
sign
salesman.
I
Yeah,
don't think I would sign anything that guy would write up.
No, that's all right. No, I like his attitude.
I like your moxie.
I like your moxie, sir.
I developed him as kind of an annoying Sherlock Holmes, so
Nice.
It's definitely working.
thank you.
I say that with
Mission accomplished.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
I'm still working on my guy.
All right. So the Earl says, well, it appears our business is concluded. I'll have my ministers post this quest announcement forthwith. It'll go out among the land. Although I can't imagine there's a whole lot of people that are going to be interested in that sort of thing. I don't need you for anything further, gentlemen. Is there anything I can do before we adjourn our audience?
Jarl, you can have yourself an absolutely amazing day, and may you be blessed for many more.
All right. Well, he gives you some gun fingers, and off you go.
Buddy Christ.
He doesn't need us for anything, right? I mean, it's the
Nope.
The note was basically, a note for him to post, and
yeah, he was very surprised at both of those coming in the same day, and so thought it was urgent, but it turns out it's not.
Well,
not for him.
Out of character too, it's kind of cool at level 1 to be back into a Jarl to talk. So that's kind of slick. I definitely feel involved in the politics already, so that's good.
They're all big people to me.
Bunch of biggies.
Look,
all right.
I know a surgeon.
Yeah. All right. So you gentlemen just finished with the Jarl. We're going to cut back to our location where the rest of our characters are just meeting up.
Master GM, I'm going to throw some logs in the fire then.
Very good. So back to the farm encounter. We have the aftermath of the Goblin Raid, which was rather short-lived. They were a very stupid band of goblins. All right, so Notor, Kelso, Eric, and Fez all meet after picking through the remainders of the goblins. What would you like to do after this? After the bit of cleanup after the encounter here?
Oh, let the guns tell the new guy thank you for showing up when he did. Thank you, man. Thank you for showing up when you did. We were starting to come into a bit of trouble there.
Yeah, I showed up too late as far as I'm concerned. I've been tracking these guys for days.
Oh, we heard about that from a little birdie.
A bird told you I was coming?
Yeah, little bird
yeah.
told us that.
Yeah, I'd say
A
Druid
wasp or something.
Eric Foreman says, "Oh yeah, yeah. Evidently these nasty things stirred up quite a mess over here in Point Place. I
A
mean,
mess. A mess. You should have seen it. You should have seen it. Just leaving corpses everywhere. Just all these poor animals just rotting everywhere, just all over the place. Just a mess.
those guys are those green things are awful. Always tearing up and just causing chaos. Good thing they're gone now. They won't hurt anybody else anymore.
Druid
they weren't
Fez
just-
says, "Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry."
They weren't just hurting things, because I'll hunt, and I'll eat something from the earth and from the land. I'll eat from nature. I'll find a good tasting animal. These things were just mutinate, just destroying everything and just leaving it just to rot. Like half of it just wasted. I mean, if I was closer, I could have salvaged some of it, but by the time I got to anything they left behind, it was rotten. Just gross.
Well,
Just a
Druid
waste.
Fez shakes his head sorrowfully. Such is the nature of nasty creatures like this. Well, I suppose we should check and see if anyone's home at the farmstead. Let them know that they're safe now, but they'll have to do a bit of cleanup with this mess, and we should be getting back to the grove. I for one, am a little beat up from this fight. I don't feel so great. In fact, friend, I didn't catch your name. You're obviously a friend to nature. Would you care to come back to the grove and rest a bit?
Very peaceful there.
So he was speaking to you, Notor. Still there, Gav? Oh, there he goes.
Sorry, I missed that. What?
No, so Druid Fez says we should check, see if anybody's home, let them know they're safe.
Oh,
They've got a little mess to
yeah.
clean up. And then
I heard that part.
he invited you back to the grove to rest and recuperate after your long labor. They're all a
Oh,
little beat
man.
up and hurt too.
Yeah, I could definitely use a break. I'm worn out, like you would not believe, but it's worth it. It was worth it. But yeah, let's go give this house a little knock and let them know what's up. And
Okay.
we don't want them, even if they don't know what's going on, we don't want them coming out here and seeing all these dead green things laying around.
Oh yeah. So your prowess has served you well, and so they praise you for your help and support. They tell the folks at the farmstead, there's a couple of folks home, and they let them know what happened, and then they assure the druids that they'll be sure to bury these or burn them or whatever they need to. Heck, they might even turn them into pig slop.
It's probably not a bad idea. Recycle.
They're very, very thankful that you all showed up in time to save them from a raid. So they show their gratitude by giving you all fresh loaves of bread. That's all they really have to offer, but fresh loaves for each of you.
More than enough. I wasn't even expecting bread. That's awesome.
That's great.
It's the least we can do for your efforts to save us from a raid of these horrible creatures, and rest assured we'll clean up any mess they've left behind. And they praise you all, of course, being people of nature and knowing well that the druids and the rangers have been some of their great protectors and supporters through many years. So, all right, once that's dispensed with, you gentlemen get to go back to the Druid Grove.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yay!
And so we now retire back to the Druid Grove. Chin in style. So feel free to drop your character onto this sheet if you like. Gavin? Everybody's just chilling out here in the henge, man. It's a nice warm fire, some cozy mossy beds there to sleep on. Looks like a typical grove, man. Sleeping out under the stars, loving the nature. Welcome back.
You're safe here. And oh, by the way, my name's Kelso.
Yeah, and these are his buds, Eric and
Fez.
Eric.
Surprised I remember their names.
I considered calling one of them Hyde, but I thought, that guy's probably too sadistic to be a druid. Anyway,
Or
Oh, Kelso, I am Notar Doldruk. I really love what you got going on here. This is a nice little place to chill.
Thank you. We got many of them. This is the closest one to this location.
That's awesome.
all right, well,
like 7-Elevens, man.
you guys settle down to rest and recoup for the night. Not much else going on. You can get to know each other a little bit, chat a little bit about the glories of nature. And then in the morning, when you arise with the dawn and feeling refreshed and much rejuvenated from a difficult toil and a nasty fight, Druid Eric has already been up and out and has come back, and he's got a carrier pigeon roosting on his shoulder. It appears we have news, my friends.
Oh, what do you guys say this time?
Oh, more city folk news. Not a whole lot, I think, that has to do with you or me, perhaps, but well, here I'll read the little note that came along. Oh, it says some such about a great quest to go and expand into another landmass beyond Corellia. Any that are interested or willing are to show up in the imperial city of Anweir by the first day of spring. So it looks like it's a call for adventurers. Interesting as that sounds.
That's not interesting.
Apparently, this note, this call for adventure and questing has gone out all over the area. This is just this pigeon happened by, and I was speaking to it as it was headed toward its normal destination. And in fact, I'll just let him on go here. What do you think about that? That's something, isn't it?
It is. Sounds like an opportunity possibly to go protect more nature.
Oh yeah, I suppose. I've got plenty to do around here. What about you, Eric? Oh, no, I couldn't leave the Highlands. This is where I belong. I'm a druid of the Highlands, and the Highlands is where I'll stay. Notor, what about you? Are you the adventuring type?
I thought about seeing other lands and see what they're like. It'd be a nice experience, but this will always be home.
Oh, I've heard of a druid or two getting the wanderlust, so I suppose I understand. Notor, is that your sort of thing?
Nope.
Notor thinks long and hard before answering. Hang on a second.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of imps crawling around my legs. Hang on a second.
Yeah, hold on a second. I'm just admiring They're just admiring the nature.
Admiring the nature, picking off
Place
all
is-
these little fleas. Okay, yeah.
This place is great.
Well,
Sorry, what did you say?
No, I was talking about they got the missive that came from they intercepted a carrier pigeon that was headed through the area, and so one of the druids is telling me what the carrier pigeon's message had before he sent it along, and it was
Okay.
talking about that call to the quest in a new land beyond Corellia, and that all interested adventurers, particularly blooded adventurers, should inquire at the Imperial City of Anware before the first day of spring. And so
Well,
he was just
we
telling
are
Kelso
blooded,
about
so-
it. Kelso was like, that sounds like a good idea. And he was asking you, so does that sound like something you would do, no, Tor?
Well, we're blooded, so I kind of think we're obliged.
Well, you certainly don't have to go anyplace. And being blooded is lovely, I suppose. It's not something that I have to contend with personally. But I suppose if you fellas wanna go on an adventure, there's a call for it. Now, there's this matter about getting to the Imperial City. That is quite a journey. How do you suppose you'll manage to get there if you think you're gonna go?
I'll fly.
Well, they might have some of the herbs that you like down there, Kelso. But I don't know that they're going to afford you the traveling capability you seek.
I was figuring like a giant eagle carry me.
That's
We're gonna get sued.
That's ambitious.
That's
I just
lofty.
don't. That is
That's
ambitious.
No, we
Ah,
see them around.
I don't even know if the regional archdruid has been able to boast that.
You never know. To ask them.
If we're being reasonable here, we probably just need to find a way to get some horses.
Yeah. Okay.
I thought the eagle was a good idea. Do you have an idea?
As says, look, I think horses is probably not a bad thought, but you could also go by ship. As unsavory as that might sound.
I'm not saying horses in general. Like, obviously, we'll use horses when we have to, but if we have to take a ship somewhere, we'll take a ship.
Well, closest port is the capital city. You're not gonna find a whole lot of old druids like us hanging out there, but if you want to go, that would be the place to start.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bird that showed up that asked us to, so. Man, I know he's delivering a message, but it's still a bird. Still a bird came right out of his mouth.
This pigeon came by, crapped in my hair, and dropped me a message.
It's a
Let's
sign.
go.
It's a sign.
The pigeon has called us.
Take bended knee to the great Lord of Pigeon.
Yeah. Oh, great pigeon god.
I say we find us a boat.
All right. Well,
Swear you start hanging out with druids and
yeah, right. All right. Well, before you go, we're gonna have one last bowl of peyote, and
Hey man, this is gonna be the
Oh
big
boy.
this will expand your mind, and
No
but-
core does not partake.
Make sure you take this one first.
He obviously gets a little bit of the side effects from being next to everybody.
You get
but
a-
he does
you
not
get a-
partake
you get
personally.
a nice contact. All right. So,
Maybe
anyway,
that eagle was a good idea.
so anyway, yeah, Kelso and Eric and Fez all decide to pass around the peyote bowl. You can pass or whatever you like, and that's the peyote of parting, if you will, because Eric and Fez have decided they're going to stay here in the Highlands. They don't really have any interest in adventure, but they will be interested to hear of your exploits. And so the peyote of parting is completed, and you gentlemen can now depart toward the city.
If you can walk.
Yeah, well, you
Well,
know, it might be kind of a
with the
jig,
crap laws I have, you can walk with a straight line.
kind of a funny path.
Size of that chicken.
You kind of take a
Nice.
interesting path to get there, but no, that's fine. I mean, you leave earlier in the morning, and so by midday, you very easily make your way to the capital city once again.
You can't see us, asshole. We're in the spirit world.
Can't see us, asshole. We're in the spirit world.
So Holling-Holman is teaming with business and industry. Definitely something that Kelso doesn't normally see. And no tour, neither do you. You're usually more of a country boy. So the city is a little bit of a shock to you. But knowing that there is a call for adventures and you're looking for a ship, it takes you to the docks. And so at the docks, you can now seek out ship path. What would you like to do?
I'm not used to this type of city type thing. I'm not really sure who I should start asking. Do you have an idea there, Montour?
Mr. Doldrick. Paging Mr. Doldrick. Gav, you good?
I think I talked to myself again.
He must have had kids in his face again. Oh, there he
Yeah,
is.
sorry.
I must have got him.
Hi. I'm here. I had somebody talking to me.
Oh, you're fine. All right, so you guys find your way to the docks in Hollingholmen, and so what would you do next? There's lots of ships docked here in the harbor.
Probably try and find a good deal on a ship, but not on something that's just gonna like putt around. Like it's got to be a decent ship that can
Okay.
get somewhere fast, but
Sure.
nobody that's kind of swindling anybody.
All right. Well, I mean, you see lots of different types. Most of them are merchantmen type vessels. There aren't any military style vessels in dock. Plenty of fishing vessels certainly, and smaller trade craft type vessels. There are a few river barges as well, because there are some that do go upriver to trade. So they tend to be in different areas, but most of your merchant vessels uh, are your deeper draft type ships for ocean sailing. So those are all toward the end of the docks, out deeper into the harbor.
Okay, I'll just start moving in that direction, out
Okay.
into the harbor. And if I see anybody that looks like they know what they're doing, like they're a sailor or something, I will approach them and ask them
All right.
about ships and the fastest ships and the a fair price.
All right. Eventually, you do stop what looks like one of the sailing folks. Um, they're running back and forth, hauling gear and tack and cargo back and forth from the ship and from wains and wagons that are parked. So there's a lot of hand loading going on. Looks like traders, and you're able to stop one on his way back to the wagon before he loads up more goods to ask him about his ship. So what do you ask?
Sir, Is your ship fast?
Well, no. Don't go
Nope.
fast. We're more about safety and making sure the cargo is well secured.
To float.
Yes, it does. Are you lost?
How long will it take it to
So-
get to the capital?
The capital of where? We are in the capital of Stjordvik.
What was the other capital we were going to?
Man, shouldn't have had that peyote.
You know that one capital.
Man, I got a little extra aside from that. I don't know what we're going
Man.
to that other place, the other
These-
capital, man.
These guys really need an attorney.
We need an attorney so bad.
We dock in a lot of capitals, a lot of good trade up and down the seaports. Do you have a clue? Where are you going?
Capital City.
I could name off capital cities until I have no time left. We travel all the way down through the Straits of Errol and end up in Anweir.
Dang, Quest didn't go and tell us which capital city. He just told us to go that direction. I wish he gave more.
All right,
Dang.
roll me a perception check.
Oh my God.
Is it perception?
I'll take your first one because it looks like you're rolling 2 again there, Notor.
I end up getting a 19 for that.
Okay. All right. Well, you don't know much about heraldry and flags and such, but you can see pretty plainly that most of the crew on this ship of the guy you're talking to are not Rurik. They look Anwarian to you, and they fly an interesting looking flag. Also, what sort of stands out to you is coming down the pier headed toward your ship as well is a halfling, and he looks like he's minding his own business, but he's headed toward this ship.
Look at that little guy go. See that shit.
Man, he's really moving. Look at his little legs.
Too much
They
peyote.
are really, yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah. Man, I'm gonna have to stop smoking that stuff around me.
All right.
I
So
don't
you
know what's
notice
going on, but I
these
mean,
things.
I
What do you
don't
do?
know.
Yeah. That you notice these things. What do you do?
Who's that little guy heading off to?
I don't know, let's
Oh, the
follow
sailor
him.
says, "Oh, we brought him in on a on a mission. He came to deliver some message or something. I imagine he's coming back to head back home."
Deliver message. Ask him what type of message he is delivering.
Luck. Young master doesn't speak much, but their halfling language, I could barely understand it.
Halfling? Is it like half the language?
I guess is as good as mine. I just help run the ship. Hey, I gotta load things. What else do you need? Where are you trying to go?
All I know so far is the capital city, but I'm gonna.
Hey, when you figure it out, you might be able to come on. We're the pride of Anweir here. If you figure out where you're going, come back and see us. We leave in about a day.
We appreciate it.
Okay.
Coach,
So
you remember what that capital city is?
I think guys are in the right spot too. It's the terrible thing.
All right, so as you guys are talking, the
Let's fuck
halfling
it.
just kind of he just kind of walks around you and up the gangplank and up onto the boat.
Hey man, hold up.
This is
Okay.
Do you speak English?
Speak English.
Tomato.
He says in very broken common Enwerian, little.
I was gonna say I do speak common.
Well, that's and common and Kirill is basically Enwerian. It's the common language, which is the imperial language. So he said,
oh, you're zapping a bit there.
so he
Yeah,
says
There you
he
go.
says
how'd you cut out?
oh he says Elito. What you want?
Where are you headed, little man?
Imperial City.
Hey, that's where we're going.
Oh, he
Imperial
reminded us
capital?
about that quest about Imperial City Quest that we're going to.
Ding ding ding.
He sees you're excited, but he doesn't understand what you're saying. So he says, and he walks back onto the boat.
Yeah, fuck are you?
Follow that that guy.
Let's follow him. Let's go.
All right.
Maybe he'll have a drink with us.
You walk up onto the gangplank, and as you're about to board the ship, a bosun stops and says, "Oh, hold there. What's your business aboard ship?"
We have to go to the Imperial City. It's urgent. It's super important.
Well, that's all well and good. The people need to get to the Imperial City.
Can I roll
Our-
persuasion?
Sure.
Nat 20. Okay, sir, where do you want to go? No.
Okay. I don't know why I said persuasion because I really probably shouldn't do that.
Oof.
Because I'm not persuasive.
Okay. Well, like I said, lots of
Suck on
people
my
need to
dick,
get to. Yeah. There's lots of people need to get to the Imperial City, but you don't do it for free, my friend. This here is a cargo vessel and somewhat a passenger vessel. We have a few berths left, but you need to make arrangements. So what's your business?
We're here to make.
Quest.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that's quite the word out on the street these days. Going to the Imperial City, I see. Big quest.
We're
yeah.
here to make arrangements.
Very nice.
What would you like? How much do you want, or how much work do you want?
Well, you two landlubbers don't worth a thing, so don't think there's a whole lot of work we could get out of you.
Oh,
Well, I'll
that's
tell you what.
pretty rude.
It's 10 gold a head, but that doesn't count your room and board. You also have to pay for your own provisions. What
Don't
say
worry,
you?
I'll sleep outside.
No deal.
10 gold a head. Pretty standard fee.
That's a fair fee. I'll pay it.
Very well. What about your shaggy friend here?
Oh wait, I think I remember where it is. He takes off a shoe. Here you go.
Okay, well, that smells terrible, but all right. All right. You've got yourself a berth.
A berth.
Welcome aboard. You can find a cabin you like. You'll probably have to bunk together. It's going to be tight in there. Again, we're mostly hauling cargo. So we sail bright and early tomorrow morning. If there's any other provisions you want from town, make sure you get them and be on the ship before sunrise. We sail at dawn. Any other questions?
Sounds great. Thank you.
All right, so he give you both a little chit, and that chit shows that you are a registered passenger aboard the vessel. and you can show that to gain access again in case someone else needs to check you. All right, and we're a little over time here. Just quickly, switching back to the other team. So the other team in the Jarl's Court is where you last left off. You were getting to know each other, talking, possibly traveling together. So still feeling like you guys want to take on this quest?
Yes, but my last act of the evening would be to talk to Taz about that rapier because I need another one before we leave.
Okay. So going down to the blacksmith. Is
Yep.
that what you want to do? Okay.
Yep.
Well,
And
Taz
as we have time, I'll explain to them, like, what's going on my end in terms of my backstory and stuff like that. To,
Okay.
Okay.
why I'm so encouraged by this kind of stuff.
Okay. Well, and also, Ashley, you'll know that there is a ship of that will allow you to get back to the Imperial City because that's how you got here.
Yeah, and then I'll suggest that we make arrangements, or as long as everybody's willing to, tag along. My egg eating friend here. I'm not sure. All the eggs you can eat, dude.
If it's all eggs you can eat, I'm in.
We'll have to buy a
Eggs
few
of every
chickens.
different kind. So many ova, so many,
Double egg.
so little time.
Me and my
Huevos?
boomerang is in.
Huevos?
Huevos? You have no mabos?
You have no marbles. No what?
Huevos? Huevos?
Marble? What's that? Major League, I think.
That's Major League.
Yeah.
Major League
Yeah.
too.
Hey, the more pop culture references, the better, fellas.
Whew, good
I
stuff.
just watched Ready Player One again last night, so.
I have not seen. People tell me I need to.
It's really, I like it.
The movie's okay. The book is outstanding.
Mhm.
I heard the books. Yeah, you guys talk about how good the book
The
is.
book is
It's,
outstanding.
The movie is all about nostalgia. So if you
Yeah.
actually are into nostalgia, you'll
Oh, yeah.
like it.
The
But,
book
you
is
know,
even better.
mhm.
All right, so wrapping up here. So absolutely, you gentlemen can finish up any business you have in town. Malrain, no problem. Standard prices. If you want to go and get a rapier from the local blacksmith, you can make that happen. Any other gear that you guys need to get from the town at large before you embark on the ship and go is available to you within reason. I mean, it's
No mastiffs. I'm
at this
goofing.
particular time, no maps.
And that's all right. I was just goofing you, but I am gonna buy a chicken for that halfling.
Oh, that's nice.
Is do we know exactly where we're going?
As of right now, you know that you're going to the Imperial City, and that's all you know.
Okay.
Um,
I was just wondering, do I need to prepare for like a cave or like climbing or anything like that? So
Mhm.
Well, you do know you're going to take a ship, and it's a pretty good sail. It's probably a couple weeks worth of sail with maybe a couple of ports of call on the way back.
And I'll make sure to let them know, since I'm from that area, like what to expect and
Absolutely.
what they're looking at,
Cool.
stuff like that.
That's nice
Lay
of
of the
you.
land.
Appreciate
Okay.
it for sure.
So you guys will do the full meetup and become a more cohesive group as you sail when we begin our next session.
I
As long
will
as you
fill
don't-
in my grandpa about what I'm doing and where I'm going.
And
So-
just so you know, your grandpa probably is going to say,
Yay!
"Have at it, boy."
Fuck it.
About time you left the nest, right? So
Well, thanks everybody for watching tonight. I think we want to chat for a minute when we jump off here, but thanks Roll20. Thank you everything you do. Thank you Twitch. Thank you Twitter, Facebook, everything there. Thank you Angela Way. She is awesome, and she makes sure that she checks on the stream every night and makes sure that stuff runs well. So good stuff there. Other than that, we will be having some giveaways coming up soon, and we are having our first all-day event. We finally settled on a date, January 2nd. We'll talk to you about that more as things progress. For now, thanks again for watching the first episode of Birthright. Mike, I think you did outstanding.
See y'all next time. Thanks, everybody.